going to start looking a little worse soon. And only because the classic way to deal with inflation and cure inflation is recession. And that hurts. But it looks to me like you're well fixed to deal with that. Okay?
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we take a positive look at life, a positive approach.
Hey, hello everyone. How are you? One of those nights. They say that Mercury went direct. At least that's the way it's supposed to be. However, there's always a 2-week shadow before and a 2-week shadow after. And I had to giggle because once again, there was something wonky this evening. Actually, the video was filming the wall for a moment. How do you like that? Never dull, that's for sure. I hope everybody is good this evening. If you're tuning in for the first time, I am Hallie Elise. I'm known as the Empowerment Psychic, also as an intuitive mind spirit mentor. If you read my bio, you will find that I have a couple of books out. I have written newspaper columns, I've been in the paper, kind of all over the place, like most of us today, especially with social media. We have the opportunity to really connect on a multitude of levels. Now, what's interesting and also bad about that is we don't always get accurate content. We see so much out there and we take for granted that it's accurate. And yet, well, not always. Social media is kind of interesting. You want to do your research, especially when it comes to dealing with somebody who's doing psychic work. And I say that because a friend of mine has a huge platform on one of the social medias. And all of a sudden, I'm getting these messages, supposedly from her, asking me to be her friend. Peculiar, right? I said, okay. I go ahead and I call her and I go, hi, did something weird happen with your account? Are you calling me? And she says, no. I send her a photo and she sees what it is. Next thing you know, not only is there one extra account, there's 3 extra accounts. And the craziest thing is, they expanded from there. They used a different person doing her gestures and a very similar voice using her name. They say that when you're copied, it's flattery, which is kind of nice, except for the fact that I don't think anybody wants somebody else taking their thunder. Again, I'm just going to say, please be aware if you're watching something. Do your due diligence, especially when it comes to getting a psychic reading. You don't want somebody who is AI generated who's going to give you content that is not only accurate, lacking in accuracy. You don't want them to give you content that is just made up and can scare you or harm you. And I'm not trying to scare anybody or make you uncomfortable. I just truly believe in my heart of hearts that it's important to check out who you're dealing with, check their references. Okay, that said, I see Katie from Australia is with us. Hi, how are you? Oh, I'm so sorry. Forgive me.
That's okay.
Nice to have you on here. How are you?
Yeah, I just have a question. When will I find love again? It's been quite a few years now that I've been single and I haven't been able to meet anyone for a while.
Okay. I hear the number 5. So have you been single for 5 years, or is it the number 5 that I'm getting for like months coming up? About how long have you been single? Sorry.
Years. It's been a few years, yeah. Yeah, probably about 5, I'm assuming. Yeah, probably. All right.
I just, because the 5 came in so strong, but it didn't feel as if it was 5 years that you had to wait. So that's a good thing. Nobody wants to hear they have to wait 5 years for love, right?
No.
Here's something to consider. You have to get out there more. all kidding aside, it's one thing to say, I'm open again and I'm ready for love. It's another to let yourself be visible. And I'm not talking about just maybe doing the dating app thing. I'm talking about getting out. If you have a girlfriend that you can go to lunch with and it's in a very busy place where business people show up, if you have a particular interest, animals, flowers, go to those places, because I feel like you're not being seen enough to be able to make the type of connection that you want to make. The other thing here is when people get to know you, they find that you are bold and outgoing and spontaneous and fun. And yet when they don't know you well, you're very shy. You want to make sure that when you're out and about, you make eye contact with everybody. Even if it's for 2 seconds, make eye contact and smile. If you get used to doing that, you'll find that you'll do that with the person that you are attracting into your life. More importantly, you're putting out that energy so that it ripples. You ever watch a stone cast into water? It has that lovely rippling effect. You will create that with your energy, because right now I feel like your energy is more compact than what it needs to be to attract the person that you truly want in your life. And here's a little something that's ironic as well. You have 2 individuals around you that have an interest that you don't seem to be interested in. Are you familiar with them?
No, not at all, to be honest.
Okay. One feels like they could be a neighbor, because I feel like they're very close by, which means they could be a house over or a couple of houses over. And the other feels like they're an individual where you frequent. So to me, that could be frequenting the market or possibly a gas station. But I get 2 people, though, who find you attractive, who are attracted to you. And that takes me back to what I was saying a moment ago about making eye contact with everybody. Look around more, honey. I feel like you're out and about. You're getting to what you need to do. You're getting things done, and you're not noticing who's noticing you. That makes sense?
So I moved here 2 years ago, where I'm living now, to be close to my family, and I live really in the country, so there's not many people around this area, unfortunately. So every time I have to go out, I have to travel 2-3 hours to actually go out. So probably more
that's a long time
around my area. Yeah. So
there has to be those something. Is there not like a farmers association or a trying to think of what it called, like an art art guild, something. There's got to be something that's not too far away that would expand your reach. And again, I'm not saying that apps are bad, swipe left, swipe right. They're all a little different as far as that. I just feel as if more visibility is needed overall. Even if you do something such as be on Facebook and once a week get on and just say, hello world, how are you? Something as simple as that will start getting you visibility.
Okay.
I come back to, you need to have more exposure so that you can connect with the person who's going to make your heart sing. That said, I feel like we're in April. No, we're in April. We're almost in May, June, July. So I'm going to say it shouldn't be any later than fall that you meet somebody. And I feel as if this person that you meet is very nice, and yet you're going to question, are they really right for you? And I'm going to tell you that you are going to have to make a choice. Do you allow yourself to just be with this individual because they're very nice and it's nice to be with someone again? Or will you spend some time with them and then leave the door open again? Because I feel like there's another person that comes behind them if you spend a little time with them and then say, you're lovely, but not really for me. And then another person comes in. Okay. It's basically that old expression, feast or famine. You have somebody coming in afterwards and you're going to be like, what? Wait, it's been quiet all these years. What's going on here? But it's God's time, not our time.
Yeah.
Okay, my friend, but really truly get yourself some attention. And even if you have friends that are half an hour away, see if you can't get together with them. Put together a community get together or potluck, but do something to create more. Again, I'm going to use the word exposure for yourself. And I'm going to go back to what I said a moment ago, which really I think is very simple. Even if you're a little shy to be on camera, find the thing that you really love to do and share it for 2 minutes, just so people can see you. It will make a big difference.
Okay.
All right, my friend?
I will try that. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate
You're
that.
very welcome. My pleasure.
Bye.
Bye-bye. It fascinates me that so many people are truly ready for love, truly ready to put their heart out there. And it's just so difficult. It should not be that difficult. I mean, really and truly, it should be one of those things where we're ready and somebody shows up, right? And yet, if we don't feel it, if we think something's off, if we've been alone too long, sometimes we're overly protective. Start thinking about what's your part in it. And when I say that, everything has an energy to it. Think of it as, even if you're sitting still, there's a frequency that's expanding outward. Again, like those ripples in the water. You want that to be vast. If you focus on gratitude, if you focus on joy, if you focus on singing, dancing, jumping up in the air, believe it or not, clapping your hands, all of that raises your vibration. When you are in that state of gratitude, in that state of joyfulness, you expand who you are, meaning you expand who you are so that other people sense you. If you're even in the most remote places of the world, you will find that there are people you can connect with. But take a look at what's your part in it. It's very helpful. Okay, I caught only part of that. Okay, thank you. Rosalind, hi, from Virginia. How are you? Virginia is in the U.S.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm well.
Good. Okay. Did you have a specific question, hon, or did you want to just get whatever shows up?
Whatever shows up is fine.
Okay. One of the things, and as soon as you said hello, I was feeling you have to do a little better with your health overall. And I don't want to sound like a doctor, but you know when they usually say drink lots of fluids, get plenty of rest? the feeling here, I'll get sound, is you're not really doing great on either one of those. I just want to make the suggestion that you do your best to create periods of rest time for yourself. It doesn't even have to be in the evening. You know, a lot of people are used to going to sleep at a certain hour and then being out cold for 6-7 hours and then they're up. I'm not getting that with you. Create pockets of rest. And what I mean by that is even if you sit down, close your eyes for 5 minutes and turn on some beautiful music and just breathe. That's resting. That's allowing your body to catch up. The hydration part of it, though, the fluids, the liquids, that's really important because I feel as if, especially in the chest area, there's actually a little congestion that could move through if you have more fluids moving through your body. It actually will help. The other thing, too, is hemoglobin. And again, not a physician, this is all sensory, but it feels as if your hemoglobin could use a little boost. So perhaps check out with the doctor, have them do some blood work, and just, if you haven't done it recently, have it checked and just take a look at what the hemoglobin level is and find out what's the best way to enhance that. I mean, I know there are certain things such as eating certain foods that make a difference. Rest obviously is very important. I'm not going to make this all about health. I just feel like it is important for you to have an awareness because, again, for me, I'm sensing some sort of congestion in the chest area. There's a twofold feel here, though. This is not just physical, this is emotional. So to me, there is something, I'm going to use the word sad, that's sitting with you, that you've not released. And I will simply say that we all go through experiences that touch us, and it just depends on who we are as individuals as to how quickly we move through something or we're allowed to put it behind us. And when I say allowed, because it's all based on our individuality and our part of ourselves that is egocentric. And I don't mean egocentric in the way of like, oh, I'm the hot stuff, I have a big ego. I don't mean it that way. I mean it in the sense of the part of us that is protective of ourselves. And sometimes when we're hurt, we hold on to things because we feel that we need to be protected. Is this making sense to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What I'd love for you to do, if you're open to it, is when you have a moment, sit down and write down your feelings. Even if tears come up, even if you're like, I want to strangle somebody, whatever it is, allow it to come up and write it. And write until you're just tired of writing, until there seems to be no more emotion left. And then either take that paper and stomp on it, and like jump on it, stomp on it, or shred it up and bury it, or shred it up and put it on fire. It just feels as if it's necessary to do something physical to get rid of some of that emotional turmoil that's sitting with you on the chest, because that will open up so much for you. And when I say that, it's not just as far as feeling light or feeling better. It will open up opportunities that have been sitting right on the precipice, just out of reach, because there's that, again, I'm going to use the word congestion there. So as I said, it's kind of twofold, where there's an emotional component, a physical, and the spiritual, where it's, well, threefold, I guess, where there is interference. And all of this can be taken care of. The biggest thing is to also remember there is nothing wrong with you. If you have not heard that recently, please listen to me. There is nothing wrong with you. You happen to be an amazing soul. This is not your first rodeo here on the planet. Even if you don't believe in reincarnation, I'm telling you, you have a brilliant soul. It's that little bit of protectiveness that keeps you at a certain level. And part of this too is from when you were very young. I feel like I want to say, could be as young as 2 years old. I feel like there was something that went on that kind of started to create that barrier of being protected and needing protectiveness. Okay, all that said, right, all kidding aside, hon, right. And if you start to really get emotional, allow it, don't stop it. I just feel like you need to have a genuine outlet to dissipate that energy that's sitting. And then you will find that you're feeling like you want to do more than you've done in a long time. And we're in, what are we in? We're in April. By July, I feel like by July, you might find that all of a sudden people that you haven't heard from in forever, they're showing up. People that you thought perhaps just moved away seem to reach out. And you're going to find that you'll have opportunities not only to do more things activity-wise, but you'll have opportunities for more joyful events. And I don't want to make it sound like, oh, you never go anywhere, you never do anything. I don't mean it that way, but I'm saying at the level. You know, there's a difference. For instance, if we see someone who just got engaged, even if they don't say a word, they kind of glow, right? You can feel that good, that sweetness just kind of spilling off of them. And it seems as if they have the whole world to play with in that moment. And they do, because their energy is so profound and it's expansive. And it's, again, I'm going to use the word joyful as I used earlier, but today, you have that capability. You don't need somebody to come in and say, hey, let's get married for you to feel that. You have that capability because that's actually what your soul is. And I feel like you do a lot for other people, protecting them, looking after them, taking care of them. And it's magnanimous, especially in the world that we live in. By the same token, when you get mad, oh my goodness, you get really mad. I will say with that, you may want to take a breath before you go, ah. I think it's kind of funny because you're so gentle as far as your heart. And yet when somebody angers you, you put up with a lot until you get to that point where you're done. And then it's kind of like, okay, watch out because sparks are flying. That's again an area I just want to take a look at a little bit. Okay. All right. All that said, the name Gina comes up. Do you know a Gina yet?
No, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Just keep the name Gina in the back of your head. I feel like there's going to be a Gina that pops up into your world, very positive influence. I'm not clear on the capacity, meaning I'm not clear on the sense of, is it somebody that knocks at the door to sell you something? But it doesn't feel like that. Or is it perhaps somebody you're introduced to because it's somebody's sister or cousin? I get the name Gina, and it could be Regina, for instance, versus just Gina, or it could be Regina Ann. It doesn't have to be just the Gina part, but the Gina is in there. And again, I get very positive influence. So bottom line, if you have a friend and they go, oh, my cousin Gina's coming into town, I want you to meet her. Don't say you're too busy. Go meet her, because you'll be glad you did. I feel like there's a very sweet connection to be made there. Okay. Also, I'm sorry, say that again?
I said I have a cousin, Regina, actually.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I feel like it's somebody new, but just to be on the safe side, if you haven't spoken to your cousin in a while, reach out and say hi.
Okay.
Because there's something with the name Gina that's significant, and that is, again, a very positive in the nature, in the feeling. The other thing here is you have a story to tell that I don't feel like you've shared enough of or with enough people. I don't necessarily feel like you want to sit down at a typewriter or a computer and just write a book. I'm not getting that. Though I feel as if it's important to share your thoughts, you may want to keep a journal and just once a day, put some information down. And again, whatever pops up for you, in the same way of getting emotion out, think in terms of writing down your experiences, writing down your thoughts. It doesn't have to be everything all at once. It just feels as if there should be, sounds peculiar, but I'm going to say documentation of your journey. I feel like your experiences can really help other people if you're open to it. Okay. Did you have a specific question you'd like to address? Yes. Okay.
About just I think I want to speak about I guess relationship wise.
Say that one more time, hon. I heard about, and then the phone or the system cut out.
Relationship?
About relationship. Okay, we're talking about current relationship?
Yes. Well, not current, but yeah. I guess you could say that.
Still connected to you. Oh my. The best way that I can address this for you is to say that you should be shining more. And even if you really work at this relationship, it's not going to deliver as much to you as you deserve. There's that part of you again who wants to help, who wants to fix, who wants to take care of them. When you do that too much, you take a little away from you.
Right.
The big thing here really is getting to a place where you're able to take a look at them for who they are. You follow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I mean, I'd love to tell you that it's all peaches and roses and daffodils, because that would be amazing. But I feel like you need to really take a look at what you're asking for, because it's not 100% of what's going to make you happy.
Right.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
You are very welcome. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Producer, you're going to think I'm bananas, but I have to leave for a half a second because I'm an animal person, and I just heard my 75-pound dog grabbing one of my cats. So I'm just going to open the door so that the cat can come in. Bear with me 1 second. Anybody watching, I apologize. I am here. Just 1 second. And that was that. Thank you so much. I normally don't do that. I really thought all the kitties were here. Oh my. So let's share a funny story. The kitty who's out there causing mischief, he's the same one who came to me when, no joke, he was about this big. So he fit in my hand. I was walking in a parking lot and I heard meow. I thought, oh no, please God, not today. It was one of those days that was very busy. I had to take somebody to a doctor's appointment, and I'm going, no, it's my imagination. I've done rescue for all types of animals over the years, and I have exceptional hearing, believe it or not. So this is why I heard this kitty. He was underneath the hood on top of an engine, a car engine. And I ran around like a crazy person trying to take care of this kitty, knowing that, you know what? There's nobody here. The car was parked. I knocked at doors, and I'm telling this for a reason because it will take me back to intuition. Anyways, the craziest thing is, after running around for 7 hours, I'm not exaggerating, I opened up a little carrier and I said to the cat, please, if you want to be safe, go in the carrier. And I saw it in my mind's eye. He walked right in, and he's been with me ever since. He'll be 2 years old very soon. Okay, I just had to add that in since he interrupted. I thank you all for tuning in this evening. I hope you enjoyed. Please feel free to reach out at my office, 561-755-2166. Feel free to go to my website. It's a little bit kind of cockeyed. It's being worked on. That's HallieEliza.com. Or take a look for me here on Facebook. I've got the profile page, which has a lot going on, the business page, and of course, A1R. Again, thank you so much for calling in tonight. And if I can be of service, please reach out, whether that's for you personally or for a loved one or for an animal. I'm happy to be of assistance. This makes my heart happy, having the opportunity to share and connect with all of you. And thank you to our callers tonight.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi there, and welcome here today to A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck TV. And we're going to have some live readings to our callers from across the USA, Canada, and Australia, maybe some as well in the UK and in Europe. Now, I'm Eleanor Grace. I'm a natural psychic medium, and I'm today going to look into your cards, crystal ball, connect with you with spirit as well, so that you can really feel as though you're connecting through to some loved ones perhaps that you're missing right now. Let's see what happens. Now, I use my crystal ball as well. I'm going to show you this one. This one is an amethyst crystal. It's really pretty. It's a rock crystal, and this is coming in with all the purple hues, those indigo hues in your chakras, and this is about love, romance, harmony, a little pot of peace in your heart, and some good vibrations maybe as we're coming up to holiday season, aren't we? We've got a few days where we can relax back and really enjoy our own lives and see what we can achieve in the future. So I'm going to use my amethyst crystal ball here. Very pretty, but it's also illuminating your love life and illuminating those areas of harmony that really perhaps you need to work on. And maybe you've had some disappointments recently, or there have been changes in your life recently. This happens quite frequently. Maybe you felt a bit let down, and perhaps friends or work colleagues have not proved to be quite the people that you thought they were. But just remember, when negative people are around you, sometimes when their energy is proving to be too invasive, they're just taken away or, removed from your social circle, so that, or from your work environment as well, so that you can move on and perhaps really look forward to creating new energies. Now, to look for detail in any reading, we always use our cards, and these are ancient tarot cards here. They're fabulous, and when we look at the tarot, everybody thinks, that's really difficult to understand, perhaps difficult to learn, and yet they're not. They're used really for timescales and for characters that we are going to encounter. Now, we do have a live caller coming through, and this is Rhonda. Hello, Rhonda. You're through to Eleanor Grace here in London. I'm coming through from London. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Oh, great. So really connecting through to you straight away. I've got my cards here straight away in my hands. Now, I just want to say to you, Rhonda, that this is what I felt. You've got a little bit of an issue here with your energy and your heart. And I went straight to the amethyst crystal as well, wanting to put all of those lovely vibrations back into your heart chakra, really allowing you to feel as though you're loved and you're celebrated, and that your whole life can be a lot warmer than perhaps you feel it is at the moment. It's very difficult when we're coming into a time that we can really see some new freedom. And perhaps this is it for you, where now, I think more so than ever, you've got to be looking at your own priorities, Rhonda, and you've got to be saying to yourself, well, it's okay. Negative people, this sort of negative energy does have to be removed sometimes. There's not a lot that we can do about it. It's for you to thrive. And I see you thriving. Now, Here you've got the Empress card. So this is you coming into your own, but really feeling as well as though you should be on the receiving end of some new and very, very powerful and positive energy. So there's a sense of loss around you, Rhonda. There's a real tension here in your heart, isn't there? Because I've got all of that, really feeling very sad and very removed. And the mother in you and this mothering instinct that I really want to surround you with. I want to put my arms around you and hug you and really make you feel better about yourself. I don't think that any one person can do that. I think that's something that you've got to go through yourself. But there is this sadness around you. Have you lost somebody to spirit?
Yes.
Yeah. Because the maternal energy is very strong. So that's your mum, grandmother, and
yes,
I think both of those, it's your mum, yeah. I hate to upset people, especially when we first start off in a reading. I did feel your mum very much around you and wanting to hold you close, put her arms around you and hug you and just kiss your cheek and make you feel here, Rhonda, as though, look, it wasn't all for nothing. You don't need to miss me. Please don't miss me. Celebrate me, do things that I would like to do, go to places that I would like to go to, listen to the songs that I really liked, because there were certain melodies, weren't there, Rhonda, that really had you emotional, I suppose, but also very sort of, I don't know, feeling warm inside because those melodies are playing out. And that's what I want to say to you, don't be thinking that this is a departure or, this big, big ending that has to be dramatic or has to sort of feel so very negative, so very difficult. Try and think about your mum as the giver of life to you and the person that raised you and also cherished you and loved you so very much. And she is still with you in a different form and in a different way, but her energy is still there. I'm just going to take another card now because I feel that, with you, there is just so much lovely energy. And here, I'm just going to give you this card. Let's see if we can get it there straight in the camera. This is the Seven of Swords. Often it's a difficult card, but for me and you, it's success in the face of adversity. Difficult word to say, that one.
Yes.
It is, isn't it? Sort of overcoming these really overwhelming feelings. And yet you're going to do that, Rhonda. It's not going to be too hard for you. Yes, we have the sleepless nights, the crying in the bed, the tears. Try not to use that energy instead to be constructive. There's still some things to deal with, aren't there? Did your mum sort of leave you with like long lists of things to do? It's as though you're pulling out a list all the time and ticking things off and thinking, I haven't done that, I haven't done this, panic. Is that what you're doing right now, Rhonda?
Just going through the list of what she would expect of me to do. Yes.
Yeah, no, I know.
And the situation that I'm in. Yes.
I know.
That's absolutely true.
But there seems to be a release around you. So whatever the situation, I have an open door or, a little magic key or a way out, a way through. So yes, okay, you can laboriously tick off all of the tasks that you have to complete. But there's nothing there that is too overwhelming for you, and there's nothing there that you can't actually do. So you can really achieve a great deal. You can say to yourself, well, do you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to magically remove any difficulty around this sort of legacy of what I've got to do in the short term. But it's the longer term that I'm looking at here. Just taking another card. And yes, you are overcoming here all of the obstacles. So, you're this big, brave person that has got so much empathy for everybody else. You do help a lot of people. I can see that. And this is a time when you are going to be helped as well. You know, this is not going to be an unequal situation. This is much, much more of a time when everything is beginning to happen, and it is because your mum is with you, your grandmother too. So I feel as though she's caught a hold of your mum and grabbed her hand and sort of pulled her to where she needs to be, and that is celebrating her soul family, which is very powerful and very strong here, and it's where you will emanate to in the longer term. But you've got goddesses around you. There's sort of angel spirit that is here. What I'm seeing is really strong and powerful lights. Now, I'm just going to show you the amethyst crystal again. Let's see if we can get that right up there. And you can just sort of feel that there is that center here. This is like your heart, and there's a center to it. And that way, I feel that you are able to dive into the indigo light that is there and into that plateau. And that's what I am seeing. So the plateau that is being provided here for you is powerful and does bring in a sense of change. So this is the person who is helping you now. And there's money to come here, Rhonda. Do you know about this? Do you know about finances having to be resolved? Perhaps you're taking charge with that. Are you? Yeah. I've got like coins of money. It always represents quite a big and an important amount, even though it is shown to me in little tiny coins. They're gold ones, and I've got lots of these that are being thrown at you, and you being able to count them out. So I think you're responsible, and you're being given a particular task to complete. But it's not onerous. It's not too much for you. So you're going to take this on board with a great deal of pleasure and certainty. Now, do you have a brother? Is there a younger boy brother around you?
My brother passed on.
He's with you then? He's with you. Is he younger?
He's in spirit.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
not younger. I had an older brother.
He seems younger. He seems younger. Did he appear in his personality to be sort of full of fun and childlike and, wanting? Okay, that's what I'm getting. I'm getting this sort of fun, childlike quality, as though he's younger than you, and maybe in many ways he was, because he has centered around you. He comes to visit you a lot. I feel as though he's around your home, perhaps sits in your car as well, keeps you safe on long journeys. Do you go on long journeys, Rhonda? In your car? Are you driving long journeys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, he's kept you safe. He's sat there and he's kept you safe and sort of watched the road and, sort of seen what was ahead, and has been particular about weather. So sort of odd weather, storms, or, some fog, or you can't see properly. Those are the images that he's giving me. So they must mean something to you, Rhonda. They must be important. Okay. What does that mean?
That.
What does that mean to you?
Well,
your brother is saying?
Because I've been traveling back and forth to another state, and the road that I've been traveling on, like during the night or weather-wise, has been so foggy and not good. And I felt my life is going to be over on this road. I just felt that like a few weeks ago, and then I was afraid to travel back down that road.
Well, he's kept you safe because he's showing me the fog and the stormy weather and the difficult weather and the fear.
That's crazy because I just had that feeling a few weeks ago.
It's really weird, is it? When something impacts you like that, it's sort of, I don't really understand that.
That just hit my heart like a lot.
It's hit mine too. And do you know what? The sort of image that I have of his spirit, your brother's spirit, is sort of very slim. It's as though it can mold in any direction. And this is what I want to do. A bit like the wavy line in the background here. It's sort of going like this, and that's him. That's his spirit. So he can mold to any situation, any circumstance that you are going to find yourself in, and he will be a shield for you. So he's there to protect you, and he is there to drive for you almost. Did you nearly fall asleep? What was that? Because I'm just getting this, gonna have to wake up here. What does that mean to you, Rhonda?
Almost,
right.
yes. Like overly driving, like I just stop at a certain point, but I just kept going so I could get home, but I was so tired that I felt like I was going to fall asleep at the wheel.
Yeah. Well, he
overly exhausted driving.
Yeah. Try not to do that anymore. Promise me.
No.
But in any event.
This is stuff that has happened, yes.
Yes, I know, very recently as well, Rhonda. And I feel that what is happening next to you is exciting. You have this real sort of adventure that is about to happen. And you're, like we saw in the crystal, this indigo crystal here that I have. This is a really powerful message to sort of get yourself together, get your house in order. Don't do anything that is excessive. Try to go through the list that your mum sent to you, but remember your brother's passed too, and he's protecting you from a distance. He's telling you what he can see, and he's telling you that he's right next to you, Rhonda, and he's never going to let you go. And remember that there's this hand out to you from your grandmother, to your mother, to your brother, to you, that when in a long, long time away, you have to pass into the next life, those hands are there for you. And they're there now. They're going to help you now.
Thank you so much. That blessed my day. Thank you for blessing me today.
That's my pleasure, and a blessing to you. It's been wonderful to speak to you and to your family in spirit. So we're going to wish everybody and thank everybody for coming in. So I'm through now to my next caller. Hello, I'm Eleanor. Who am I speaking to?
Susan from Florida.
Hello, Susan from Florida. You sound like really cheerful and lovely and bubbly. And I think you're about to sort of come into a very, very lovely phase in your life. I see open doors right in front of you, great big ones like patio doors, or doors that would be open onto a wonderful garden. There's a really nice vista. You have this view outside of your premises, your house, wherever you are. It might just be in your mind, wherever it is. I can see this open door. Now, symbolically, this is an open door that's going to mean that you can really gravitate to your own personal levels of success in this next phase. So we're looking at the next 2 or 3 months, and I feel that May for you, this month, tomorrow coming up, is going to be a powerful one. It's not about holidays and frivolity and fun, although there's plenty of that and plenty of talk of being able to rest away. But this is about hard work. Now, I really see you trying hard to make things happen at the moment, Susan, and to ingratiate other people. So you're welcoming new friends into your world. You're really inviting others to join you in some sort of quest. So you must be experiencing now a challenge of some sort, that you want to gather people together to really go along with you. Is that true? Is that what you're doing? Are you creating a sort of, come on everybody, I want you all to join in, and I want you to come along with me and really allow us to make a difference. So what is it that you're so passionate about here?
I rebranded my business that I created in 2011, and then I went on the front line with COVID for 2.5 years. And I recently got an investor who discussed a 2-phase investment, and he gave me a small amount of money for the first phase, which was 3 months, and I utilized that to do the social media and the website. And now we're at the second phase, which he's supposed to fund for for mass advertising, and he doesn't want to fund it. And my phones have not rung in 2 months. I haven't had any patients in 2 months.
Right. Well, look what you've got here. You have the magician. Now, this is a magical element, and I really don't want you to worry. It's one of those times that if you felt as though you couldn't go wrong, what would you do? You know, if you really couldn't fail, what would you do? And that's what you're about to do now. You're about to complete this sort of magic trick, and the magician is bringing this in. Now, this in the tarot is an unexpected element that really you just sort of, well, where did that come from? Why didn't I know about this before? How is this happening? Why is this happening? And what about me? You know, and I feel that this is so very important now for you, because you've got to negotiate. Now, we've got the devil here. The devil's in the detail. And yes, the Hanged Man has shown me that you have been waiting. The Hanged Man is really a period of inertia. Nothing has happened, and that's been the case with you. There's a reason for it, though, and the reason in this particular instance with you here, Rhonda, is that you've had to rethink the finances. You've had to re-estimate, I think, as well, exactly what it is that you wanted to achieve. And this has been very difficult for you because you've had reflections. So I don't know if your ideas have all been bouncing around from one place to another, and you haven't stuck with a name, you haven't stuck with a plan, a marketing plan of any sort. And I think it's just all got into this downward spiral. And I can feel as though it's a tornado, but it's the other way around. Very quick loss of motivation and energy. That's what's happened to you. And I feel that that's been all year this year. Now, we have a breakthrough for you at this time. And this is why you're speaking to me. Now, you are the Queen of Pentacles. This is a businesswoman. This is a woman who can make a lot of money. And you can make a lot of money. Your wealth is assured. But you have to stop relying upon other people quite so much. And there is a negotiation here where you can say, look, I'm going to prove that I can make a small amount of money in a small amount of time. And if I can do that, and if I can show you that there won't be the losses that you may fear, or there won't be the sort of lack of interest, and the phone's not going, as you've said, then that's when you're starting to get, motivated backers, people who really respond to you. And this is what is going to happen next. I don't really feel that you've got to do anything to gather that to you either. So you must have thought to yourself, Rhonda, that you've done everything that you need to. And do you know what, Susan? It's Susan, isn't it? To call you Rhonda.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I feel that there's people who are coming very, very quickly to your aid. They're really on the coast here. It's like garden parties. I do want these patio doors to open into a great big sort of beautiful garden with waterfalls and fountains and lots of topiary and greenery and beautiful flowers and perfumes. So this is where you belong. So I feel that you're going to take from this garden certain elements that are going to help you, because it's all available to you, everything that is naturally available. And then suddenly you've got crowds of people that are just going to join you. So there's a magic in your business proposition, and there's a magic in what you have done as well. So this is something that you've got to cultivate, and you've got to really sort of say, okay, what is the most popular bit? What part of my business is gaining the most interest? Which is the most saleable service? Or what is the best product that I can possibly that would represent me? So I've got this being representative of you. You do have a backer here. You've got some money, a gift of money. This is wealth from either a corporation, a bank, or even a gift of money from a wealthy person. It would be a lady. There is, I feel, quite a wealthy lady who sort of wants to join you, sort of wants to bring in some contribution to your idea. Now, your business, does this involve holistic treatments at all, or some holistic benefits to ladies in particular? Because I've got ladies that are joining you.
It's not really holistic. Basically, what we do is we send a registered nurse out after elective cosmetic surgery to take the patient home and care for them for as little as 4 hours and as much as a week. Just depends on if they're out of the country, we take care of them in the hotel. If they're in the country, then we take care of them in their homes. And, we do their dressing changes, we do their showers, we do their meal prep. So it's not really holistic. I am an animal communicator, and I am a great manifester, but I'm having a hard time getting out of my own way and living in the 3D and just not paying attention to the 3D, because as we know, the 3D is the matrix.
Yeah. Do you get involved with insurance companies? Is that where
you... Nope, it's a cash pay business.
Because I feel that there's a corporation or there's a corporate group, like a bank or or insurance company, anything that is, I suppose, where all the red tape is, you're going to get some help and support from that area. And then there's all of these ladies, which I think probably does relate to the treatments that are being given as sort of any cosmetic performance or anything with regard to those levels of treatments. That's what I'm connecting to. I'm seeing it as being holistic because you actually do the whole thing. You are looking after somebody's sort of mind, body and soul, and particularly with regard to the treatment that you're giving them. So I do get that. I do get what I see. And I also would say to you that you're doing a fantastic job, but there does seem to be a gap here that you need to fill, which I think is going to happen naturally, which is coming from industry, it's coming from banking, corporate money, and you will get a backer. So I feel that you have to perhaps look in a slightly different direction. Don't close your mind off to the traditional routes. Do be thinking, well, I've got a great idea. I've got great people around me, and I need to be able to promote that. And I've got to promote it to be able to get the funds that I need to employ the people that are the right people that are going to represent me and my business. And that's what I have here. Don't forget the magician that you've drawn here in your cards, and also the King of Cups, a very helpful man. I think there's a wealthy lady that is going to come in, dive in and help you. It's a goddess energy that I've got for you here, Susan. So I'm going to wish you well with that and hope that from what I can see, it's been a helpful reading for you. But it's been a pleasure speaking to you as well. Well, there we are. I've been Eleanor Grace, and you can get hold of me in London or across the world through my website, and that is gracedestiny.com. And I look forward to seeing you next week. Bye for now. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. And watch watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Divine Heart Channeling with Ivana Botic. Search Divine Heart Channeling on Facebook and all other social media. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Divine Heart Channel on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls. How are you today? Before we start, I want to say again, thank you, like always, for being here and watching my show. For today, I would like you to do a little mini meditation to meet your spirit animal with me. I'm gonna channel the meditation right from the Akash. And before we start, I would like you to not drive or operate some heavy machinery, because sometimes people get in some sleepy state when they are doing meditation. And also, before we start, I would like to tell you where is the heart space where we're gonna put our awareness. It's between your heart chakra and your solar plexus, right where your ribs meet. So if you're ready, you can sit or lay down comfortably. I will guide you through the whole meditation. You just need to enjoy and relax. So we start. First, I would like you to ask you to breathe in deeply and hold a little bit and then breathe out. Once again, breathe in deeply, hold a little bit and breathe out. One more time, breathe in deeply, hold a little bit and breathe out. While you continue breathing normally, you can feel your body relaxing even more and more. I would like you to put your awareness into your heart chakra. You can see, feel, or imagine there is a golden door that says on it heart space. You're going to go through that door. When you open the door, you will see there is a golden pyramid. And as long as you're coming to the pyramid, it's going to open up and you're going to step in. While you are in the pyramid, you will feel the beautiful golden honey-like energy coming from all of it through your whole body. As you take another breath in, you're going to feel how that beautiful energy is going directly in your energy field and your whole body. Keep on breathing and just relax. You will feel the pyramid is taking off and it's taking you all over through time and space. Keep on breathing, relax. Relax your face muscles and your neck muscles and keep on breathing while you are traveling in the beautiful golden pyramid. You will feel the pyramid stopping, and when it's open, you find yourself on a beautiful field filled with the flowers. You will step out the pyramid and continue walking and continue walking. You will see there is like a path of roses. You're gonna follow that path a long way to the beautiful big tree that's standing right there. As you come to the tree, you're gonna sit, and as you sit, you're gonna feel grounding energy of Mother Gaia is coming into your body. You will feel like a beautiful green crystalline energy going inside of your body, making you more relaxed, more grounded. You will feel Mother Gaia's love. As you stand up, you will continue walking towards the river. The river is on your right side. You can see it's a like crystalline silver river. You're gonna slowly step in. As you step in, you are feeling your body is light as a feather. As you stand in that river, you breathe in all the beautiful nature around you. You will turn around and look what you see. Maybe it's birds, maybe there are some deers. You will see a lot of different animals. But what is caught your eye is a blue, like transparent energy coming towards you from the distance. You're standing there and watching it come close to you. As it comes closer and closer, you recognize, you see some familiar energy, familiar animal. It's for you. It's your spirit animal coming to you. And it's getting closer and closer. And you can feel unconditional love. You can feel how that love is filling your body all over it. As that spirit animal comes next to you, you will greet it. It could be a hug. It could be like head bump, whatever it works for you. It's like an old friend that you haven't seen in a while. Be free to tell him whatever you need to tell. It's there to listen to you. It's there to guide you. Be present in the moment and with your spirit animal. Your spirit animal have a message for you. You can feel, hear, or sense, or imagine, whatever it works for you, what is the message for you. And don't worry if you don't receive it right now, it will be downloaded in your energy field. Receive your message now. As you receive the message, your spirit animal also have a gift for you. It could be crystal, it could be a book, it could be a fruit. It all depends what your spirit animal has for you. You can receive your gift now. Before you guys say goodbye, your spirit animal want to show you something. It will take you to take a walk with it. As you walk, your spirit animal is showing you what's the thing that needs to be healed. It's showing you the part of you, the body in you, which one needs to be healed. And as you're walking, your spirit animal shows you that you are not alone, that they are here to guide you, that they are here to help you. And do not be afraid, because they are by your side. always. And whenever you need them, you can call them. As you say goodbye to your spirit animal, it's like a goodbye for now, because you can always call them. You will return to your golden pyramid. As you step in your pyramid, it will take you back through time and space into your heart space, your sweet spot. And as it lands in your heart space, you're getting out with a gift from your guide. You can choose, are you going to take that gift with you, or you're going to give it to some of your bodies? It could be your inner child, your ego, mind, spiritual body, emotional body, or physical body. It's up to you. As you give the gift to your body or take it with you, you can slowly start breathing like deep again. Breathe in deeply, hold a little bit, and breathe out. You can open your eyes whenever you're ready. I hope, guys, this was okay for you, that you relax, that you meet your spirit animal, and thank you again. And also I want to say, whenever you feel like it, you can go back to this meditation and enjoy it. Thank you so much for today.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Spiritual Connection with Psychic Medium Cindy. Psychic Medium Cindy. Live from Facebook.com/Psychic Cindy. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Spiritual Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining me this evening. I hope everybody's well. Everybody's recovered from all of this April eclipse energy and full moon energy that we had on Tuesday. So, you did it. Pat yourself on the back. You made it through, and we're heading into May, which is going to be all good things for us. So I was thinking that tonight what we would do is maybe pull some cards for the weekend. Like, what's the weekend going to look like for everybody that's listening and watching? This will resonate whenever you see it. If it does resonate when you see it, then it's for you. If it doesn't, then it's not. That's okay, because it's for other people that needed to hear it. But let's just see what Friday, Saturday, Sunday is going to look like for everybody. You guys deserve to have a good weekend. All righty. All right. Okay. So interesting is that the first card that we have is actually the Heartache and Loss card. And the Heartache and Loss card is number 3, which means the seeds have been planted. But you know what this is just telling me is that you've been through it. Like, especially with this full moon in Scorpio, we had to do a lot of releasing. That was the moon that we had to dig deep. I don't know if you've listened to me last week, but I said, those deep emotions are going to come out. And this card is just saying that you did it. Good things are on the horizon, because the follow-up card to this is the Hope card. This is the number 8 card, which is all about abundance. And it's also, it's like, you guys can't see it, but it's like, it's bright and light and wonderful. And it only ever comes out when you're supposed to have hope. So know that you're supposed to have hope. Know that abundance is on its way. You're going to feel a little bit more balanced, I feel, come this weekend and heading into next week, and certainly heading into May. The balance card here is number 2, which is, can sometimes be making choices, but I really feel that you're just going to feel like lighter, more balanced, like you sleep better, you're going to eat better. For those of us that live in Canada, or those of us that live in areas where it's been kind of cold, we're going to get some warm weather. So this looks really, really good for the weekend. Embrace it, release what you need to release, say goodbye to that. There's no reason to hold on to any of those emotions, any of that guilt, any of those regrets, any of things. Say goodbye to that, and really enjoy your weekend, no matter what the weather. Just have a good one, because you all deserve it. So we are going to take a caller, and it's going to be Sheila in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Wow, super close to me. Hi, Sheila.
Hi.
How you doing?
Cindy. How are you? Fine, thank you.
Good. It's great. You're so close to me.
Oh, where are you?
I'm in Bedford, actually, like just outside Halifax, right? Hey, Sheila, you still there?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just I'm really close to you, just like 20 minutes away.
Cool.
That is cool. Okay, so what can I do for you tonight, Sheila?
I was wondering if you could please give me a general message.
Sure.
And you know a lot about astrology. I'm a double Scorpio. So I'm trying to make it through the Scorpio moon.
Wow. Okay, yeah. So that was a lot for you. You should really feel, Sheila, by tomorrow that you're coming out of it, right? It's usually about 3 days after. So So you should really, and if anything does creep up over the next little while, just ask the universe to take it away. You don't need it anymore. And I know what that's like. I'm a double Pisces. Yeah, I cry a lot. Everybody's like, do you cry a lot? I'm like, I do, actually. Now that you mention it. But you're a water
My oldest is a Pisces.
Yeah, right. I mean, water signs are emotional, and that's okay. That's just the way we are. But we're also flexible. We're mutable signs. We move around. We can handle a lot. All right. Yeah. So let's see what the universe has to say for you, Sheila. What do you need to know? Oh, there we go. All right. Okay. So it's an interesting reading. It's got a pattern in here. So because I flew all the cards flew. So the first card that you have is actually would be the Seven of Swords, or in this deck it's called Deception and Envy. So usually this card is a warning card when it comes out. So it's kind of warning you, and you may know actually if there's somebody jealous around you, right? Or maybe somebody being deceptive, or maybe they have been in the past, is what I'm thinking. Yes, you're okay. All right, so that makes sense, because your next card is actually the emotional loss card, which is number 5, which is all about change. And I know you can't see this card, but on this card, there's this man, and he's holding his heart, and like from his heart, there's like this light going up into this big light, and that's you healing. So you're healing from whatever this deception or whatever this jealousy is. Like you're especially with this full moon, you're going to release all that. You don't need to carry that. And what's coming up for you is you're going to start building your firm foundation. Your firm foundation is your next card. Number 4 is all about building. Yet again, on this card, there's a person standing in front of this really beautiful, strong mountain. And that's you, because you have all the strength and everything that you need within you to build yourself back up again from this. You do have the moon. Yeah, you do have the moon card, which is, the irony of it all is that is the shadow card in this deck, but number 9 is all about completion. And this card is really nice because it always says that there's light at the end of the tunnel. And because we've just been talking about the moon, I feel that's probably come out for that reason, because it's just really reinforcing the fact that you and I have talked about this moon, and you've gotten rid of a lot of things, right? That don't serve you anymore, which is beautiful. Yeah. And your last card that I pulled is the light card. The light card would be a number 1, which is all about new beginnings. But this card is the most positive card in the deck. There is no better card for you than this. On this card is this beautiful woman, and there's this beautiful light around her, and she's like looking up into the sky, and it's just the universe is saying, you're coming out of this and you're coming out big. You're going to be shining. It's time to shine your light, Sheila, because the universe has got your back.
Oh, thank you. That was a really good reading.
It really was, right? You can tell they're paying attention to it. I love when the cards come out and they're like directly correlated with like what we were just chatting about, because I'm like, see, they just know. They know, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions about that?
I don't think so.
No? Do you have anything else you want to ask me? Because we still have some time.
Do you see how majestic my dog and my dad are doing?
Oh, are they on the other side? They passed away?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. See if I can bring your dad through. So your dad and did you say your dog?
Yes.
Okay. definitely picking up on your dad, right?
Okay.
He's certainly the first one who's come through like quite clearly for me, and just trying to get him to tell me how he passed away. Sheila, did he pass away quickly?
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you young when he passed away?
No, I wasn't young.
You weren't. No, you weren't young. Okay. All right.
It was 2020.
Sorry?
It was in the year 2020.
Oh, 2020. Okay. All right. Okay. Kind of makes sense to me. Do you have some breathing problems? Is that how he passed away?
He had dementia.
Right. Okay.
But they were giving him medication that kind of made him have made it harder for him to breathe.
Yeah, because I'm feeling that. Like I'm feeling like shortness of breath. And
yeah,
with his dementia, actually, when he first, I was like, okay, is this like breathing or is this anxiety? But initially when he first came in, I felt some anxiety, and I think that was his dementia. Now that you mention it, but I definitely feel like the shortness of breath was, more towards the end of his time.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull some cards for him because he's a little bit distant, but he's definitely a very loving soul, right? And he loved you very much. And I know you don't need me to tell you that, but we only have like a minute left. So I'm just going to see if we can pull like some couple cards for you. All right. So his message for you is, Sheila, is relationships. I'm attracted to those people that serve my higher good. So that's sometimes with this.
Well, it's cool that you're so close.
Yeah, I know. Right.
Okay,
you can come see me in person.
Bye-bye.
Oh, come meet me in person someday. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining me tonight. If you want to contact me for a private reading, you can do so at psychicmediumcindy@gmail.com. You can also find me on Facebook at Psychic Medium Cindy, or on Instagram, and check out what I'm doing, because I'm doing a course in a few weeks. So I'd love for you guys to check all that out. So thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Diane Jarecki here at Readings by Diane, and thank you for joining me today. So today, well, it's not a pretty day out there. It's kind of warm, but it's like cloudy and rainy, and yeah, it's just one of those days. So it's a good day to be indoors doing something like this, right? I thought today I would share with you, in case anybody watching this is curious, who sees the decks and wants to know what decks I'm using. So my tarot deck is the mini size of the Metanoia Marseille, which is available on Etsy. And then you haven't seen me use them yet, but the Bicycle Aviary playing cards. And what is absolutely a new favorite Lenormand deck of mine, the Simply Lenormand, also from Etsy. And then the Oracle deck I use is the Wisdom of the Oracle by Colette Baron Reed. And these are pretty much the decks that I use out at events and in my one-on-one readings, which you can find under Cartomancy Readings page on my Readings by Diane blog site. That is a blog that I've been posting pretty regularly every week on it. And then I also use them a lot in my Cartomancy series and my Lenormand series on my YouTube channel at Readings by Diane. So the Metanoia Marseille, I actually have a full walkthrough on my YouTube channel. And hello, Heather, down in Memphis. I hope you're having better weather than I here, where it's all cloudy and overcast.
It was here yesterday. I just moved back from North Carolina, so it's been crazy since I've been back, but I'm honestly glad I made the move, so despite the difficulties. So, yeah, thank you.
So how can I help you today? What can I do for you?
Sure. I was worried about potential expenses and just everything being up in the air and moving. I'm having to stay with a friend. I also wanted to inquire about a past relationship that we were dating before, but like, I think that we could start over again. And it's just, I've been so confused. Like, I've gotten the person that I thought I was going to date, he ended up being not what I thought. Everything has been just topsy-turvy ever since I got back. So, in the apartment that I was supposed to move into, they doubled the price on me at the last minute, and I was supposed to move in today, and they're legally not supposed to do that, but that's what they did. So,
now, especially if you'd already signed a contract, I would think they wouldn't be able to do that.
But they did.
Huh.
That's what they did.
All right,
I have to report it.
Let's take a look first at the finances. And yeah, I would definitely report that. Okay?
Yeah. Would you like my birthday and information, or do you need that?
Not at all. Your first name is all I need to connect.
Okay, sure.
I do not use the tarot with astrology, and the Lenormand and the playing cards don't have it. And actually, since you got two questions for speed and everything here, I'm going to cut to the chase with Lenormand.
Okay.
Because it gives really nice, clear insights, and I might actually be able to get to both questions. So your financial situation first.
And moving, yeah, like moving and fight, yeah. It's basically the same thing, no.
Well, okay, wait a minute. Did I miss something? Are you looking to move to somewhere else, or you mean this move that you're making right now? And
I'm temporarily staying with a friend until that was the deal when I moved. That way I had that planned out. I'm temporarily staying with them until my place opens up. And the place I had opened up, they screwed me over. So, but I'm dealing with another place. I was just wondering how quickly that would transpire in my finances.
Okay. All right. So the first thing with that situation that I'm seeing with your finding a place and the finances and everything around it is we have the sun and the tree.
Sorry about that. My phone was, okay.
So the sun is a very positive card and the tree shows the positive energy growing. Okay?
Okay. Okay, what's going to happen?
So the coffin I would see as being the apartment because it's any kind of like enclosed space. It's not just endings. And then the key. So successfully, I feel like you're going to successfully get the keys to a new place very soon because this positive energy is growing, okay?
Okay.
And so then the scythe with the stars, the scythe is can be about sudden decisions. And so I feel like this is going to be something that's going to come along very quickly. You may have to make a very quick decision on this place because when it becomes available, it's going to go fast. All right?
Yeah. Was it somebody I've already talked to? Because I talked to a place today and I feel like that's the one. Honestly, feel like that's the one that I'm about to move into. But I could be wrong.
I can't answer that from these cards, but I can tell you that this is going to move quickly. It's going to have to be a fast decision. And the clover shows me that it's going to be lucky. So, everything happens for a reason. And I feel you didn't get that other place because of this one. You have the sun and the clover mirroring each other at the opposite ends of the rest of the cards. It is definitely showing me that this is a lucky break for you. And I feel like you're going to get clarity on that and understand why. And you are going to also, again, like the scythe with that star is showing me a clear, fast decision. Like this is going to be a no-brainer for you. Okay. And I think then you're going to understand why the other place fell through and be happy that it did. All right.
Yeah. Right. And the guy's name is Michael Dolan.
Okay, I just needed the first name. Please never give a last name, especially live on the air.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. It's good.
That's okay. So let's take a look at the energy. So this is to see if there's going to be a reconciliation between the two of you. Am I correct?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yes, we've been talking and we're together.
Okay.
Well, I've seen him once since I was here, but we were seeing each other 4 years ago.
Right. That's why I thought I understood it would be a reconciling of an old relationship.
But I've healed a lot since then, and he's been through stuff too, so that's a long time.
And you know what? Sometimes it's not the right place and time doesn't mean it's not the right person. It's just that at that particular time, it's not meant to be.
Right. I didn't even know my life path then. Like I didn't even know what, but yeah.
Okay, so on this one, the first three cards, I'm going to go in for this because I see the scythe, the gentleman, and the snake, which shows me that things ended, and I feel like for a while he was with somebody else.
Right. He passed away, and then he's long distance with someone else, but it's not going. He was actually seeing her and me at the same time before, so.
And
the one he's been fighting with right now, yeah.
Like the other person.
Right. She's not touching.
Rider, mice, and relationships. So I feel like this person he's with now, you're going to be hearing that relationship is having trouble because of the mice. It's deteriorating and going downhill. And the coffin ends that line and shows me that relationship coming to an end.
Okay.
And the two of you reconciling. I didn't go over the shadow cards in the last one because I wanted to try to get time for this one and they weren't that relevant. But in this one, they're very relevant because I have the tree and the birds. And so I'm seeing that as the healthy couple being the two of you or growth for the couple. So I do feel this is going to end up reconciling and the two of you are going to end up back together. Okay,
that's good.
Because I really feel that other relationship he's in right now is going downhill. And with what he went through with the other one, I feel that you're right that he's in a different place now too. And with both of you being in a different and better place, and that it's him that's really realizing it and getting out of what is a toxic relationship earlier than he might have in a different time. And that's going to put him into readiness. It may take a while. Trees grow slowly. For anybody that's watching this on video,
right. We need to, it needs to be like that. So, yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like take your time, let the foundation build up again, rebuild that trust and that connection. But I feel like finally the time is right for the two of you. All right, Heather? So hang in there.
Okay.
That apartment is coming for you. It's going to be better than the last one was. And yes, you are going to get back together with your old flame. All right.
Okay. Thank you so much, Diane.
You're so very welcome. And I'm so glad I could give you really good news about it.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Bye. And I'm not surprised that's what ended up being what the reading was about. I always do a very quick pull of the cards to see what the show is going to be like a little bit before it starts. And today's actually showed me that there would be something about a woman moving successfully. So, yeah, there's a reason that I do this for a living and that I enjoy doing this on the show and on YouTube and everywhere, because the cards are just amazing in the information that they can give, and sometimes even the true depth of it. And especially the Lenormand, this little pack of 36 cards with these little everyday symbols that are so common can give so much insight in the way they combine and the layers sometimes of information that are there, like that showing that had been a troubled relationship in the previous one, and that there had been another woman, because both of those are meanings for that snake. And so sometimes when you're doing readings, there's layers of meaning to everything. I hope everybody enjoyed the show. I did. Thank you. Have a wonderful week. I'll see you next Tuesday.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne. Raylene Byrne. Live from RayleneByrne.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online line, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Medicine for Your Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good day, everyone. Raylene Byrne, Medicine for Your Spirit. We've come through the eclipse season. We've come through this really fiery, feisty full moon. And now we've got to integrate everything. And there's a lot of stuff's been stirred up for people, and it's okay. It's just how it is at the moment. So, take time, be gentle with yourself, be tender, and start looking at some of the perhaps choices that you're making that could be habitual. And what else? How can I expand into something else? Because the energy now is about expanding. It's really about coming out even more of our own soul energy. But before I take a call, I just want to share this story from my own personal life, and it's so cute, and I love it, and I think it's a sign of things to come with this new generation. So I have a 6-year-old grandson, and recently I picked him up from school, and he's in the car, and he said to me, they call me Murmur, short for mermaid. He said, Murmur, what does the word namaste mean? Because I always, namaste. And I said to him, what do you think it means? And he said, I think it might be Indian for hello. This is a 6-year-old. And I said, well, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. I said, what is it? What does that word mean for you? And he said, I like how it makes me feel. I said, oh, so how do you feel when you say that word? And he said, I feel calm in my heart and soft. And anyway, I said to him, well, what it actually means for a child's understanding is my heart sees and recognises your heart. And he went, oh, okay. Anyway, he said, every morning when the teacher calls out my name, the old school roll call that we all went through, when the teacher calls my name, he said, I always say, namaste. And I laughed and I said, what does your teacher say? And he said, nothing. I said, do the kids in the class say anything to you? And he said, no, but one person asked me what it was and I told him, and so now he says it as well. And I just had this vision of 24 children in a classroom. Imagine for a moment, 24 kids every morning when the teacher calls their name saying namaste. Could you imagine what day that teacher would have? Could you imagine that level of respect and honouring that the teacher would feel, but also the kids would feel? So I just I smiled to myself and thought, this is how change happens. This is how the ripple effect happens. One child being themselves, saying something, someone else latching on, and then it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. So I'm just waiting to see how that unfolds now, and I'll keep you posted. But right now I have a caller from Massachusetts, Carolyn. How can I help? I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good, thank you.
Great. So how can I help or be of support or guidance or inspiration perhaps for you today?
Okay. I have a question on finances.
Finances,
my husband lost his job. My husband lost his job today.
Okay.
And I want to know what's going to happen. Where are we going to head? What do you see for us financially?
Well, let's just go generally first. I'll pull some cards for you. Generally, there is a big wobble going on, and it's been, how do I put it without freaking anyone out? There's a wobble going on financially in the world.
Yep.
And our old idea of money and finances has been our safety and our security. And it's also been something that, we put a value towards around our level of success or our level of comfort. And now around the world, it's shifting dramatically because basically they're running out of money, inverted commas. Like they can print as much as they like, but the value of it is shifting. And because the world is shifting from an old system into a new system, we're in this really weird, energetic dynamic right now of shifting our association and our attachment to the old rules around money. And now we've got to start finding new ways, new understanding, new levels of exchange. That's a big thing that's going on. And it's very subtle, but it is happening. So the first thing I want to say for you personally, that's a general thing. What I want to say to you personally is just remember that what we think is what we create. So if you're worried about it, you're going to create more stress around it. If you've got more stress around the situation, then you're not going to be able to access solutions to move through it. You're not going to be able to see a way through. So even though it's chaotic at the moment and it could be frightening or terrifying, the thing is, okay, this situation's been presented. All the answers, all the solutions, there are solutions, there are answers, there are ways to get through this. We may have to broaden our look at this right now, but there are ways to get through it. So we've got to stay calm and we've got to stay relaxed in our nervous system, and then that allows us to be receptive. So that gives us the space for new things to come up. So I feel that even though your husband lost his job and at the moment it's a shock and it's a tremor that's going through you all, the feeling I get, because I've got the goosebumps running through me right now, is the sense of in another month or two, it will be seen as such a blessing because something else will be open for you. It's something else that maybe you both wanted to do, or maybe he's wanted to explore, or maybe you've wanted to investigate, is going to start presenting itself, and there'll be this sense of focused intention towards it. And I think that's one of the things you've got to make sure you work with at the moment is focused intention around what you want and not go into the fear. The fear will restrict and close you down. The focused intention will open you up, and the feeling that, you know, we're not destitute. We have got abilities and we can utilise them. And I don't know the situation. Oops, the cards are going everywhere. I don't know the situation in your country, but from what I gather, what the feeling I get is that things are pretty hard around.
Yeah, but he didn't lose his job because the company is failing. This is a billion-dollar company that he worked for. My question is, do you see him getting another job fairly soon, or do you feel this being the better a better opportunity to find another job? He wasn't going anywhere really in his job.
Yeah,
do you find him going?
Sometimes things happen to get us moving. This year is one about abundance. It's one about our soul stepping forward. So if there's things that he's been, putting up with, I want to say that, putting up with or settling for, we can't do that anymore. We've got to start going for what we want. So will he get another job? Let me just see what's going on here. So the energy I'm getting around this is the energy of fertility. So fertility, this is this is about new beginnings. It's about new offerings. It's bodacious, bountiful blessings coming through. So this is about very much around there is something else on the horizon. I feel very strongly something on the horizon. It might take him a week or two to get his head together around, okay, now I've got to show up in other ways. But it's around, and this is about versatility. This is about opening up to new things. So this beautiful blessing here, this is a blessing, fertility, is creativity, it's abundance, it is new beginnings, it is new things, but you've got to treat it like you would as something in gestation. So there's something that's not quite ready for him yet, but I feel and I keep getting 2 to 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, there will be something that's ready for him. So there could be another role that
he's getting paid until August. He'll get paid until August. He'll get paid until like June, July, like July or August, he said. Yeah. That they'll pay.
So
we have enough time.
You've got time, but I feel that this next role that he'll be stepping into is whoever or whatever that is, the person will be they haven't vacated it yet, or they haven't retired or whatever. So it's like somebody else has to leave a role before he can step in. So be open to that. That's what I'm saying. He needs to be open. There's another role for him. Pardon?
Because it could be management. He's a builder.
Well, it could be. I don't know, but I'm just getting somebody. Sorry?
Okay. He builds big buildings.
Like the the next thing for him will somebody's going to leave or somebody has to retire before he can step in. So the next role for him isn't open yet, but not to worry. Okay. You've got to actually start staying relaxed with this and allowing the opportunities to land, because we can only step into opportunities when we receive them. If we're stressed, worried, anxious, they don't come because we're not attracting them. When you're relaxed, they come. Okay.
Manifest. Yes, thank you. So
and
don't worry.
See what he needs to surrender. What's your husband's name?
David.
David. Okay, what does David need to surrender around this work, money situation? Yeah, they'll be fine. I keep getting, you'll be fine. There's no need to worry. I keep hearing there's no need to worry at all.
Good.
And I think whatever it is that's next will be something that he'll really enjoy. He'll feel more, the word I'm hearing for him, he'll feel more valued. Okay.
Valued. He doesn't feel valued now, right?
That's okay. Yeah, whatever the next role is, I think he will feel more valued. That's what I'm hearing. That's the words I'm hearing. And this is the card. He needs to surrender to wonder and awe. So what does that mean? It means open to the magic of every moment and sense the awe and wonder in all of life. This attitude will keep you open, will keep you connected into the ecstasy of flow. Exactly what we said. It keeps you open to things to come in. You know, if we constrict our energy, then we're only going to have come to us or step into something at that same restricted level. But if we're open, relaxed, and expansive, we've opened our energy field to receive more of the things that to align with us where we're at. So in a nutshell, you guys are going to be fine. There is another role coming for him. He will feel more valued, and I feel it's a step up for him. So that's what I'm being shown.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you so much.
Good luck with that.
Okay, well, thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yes, so this is a message for everyone. Whatever's going on in your life, you go into stress, you're going to contract, nothing can come in. You go into relaxation and acceptance, you open up, and the solutions and different ways come to you, different opportunities. And that's as simple as it can be. That's how Medicine for Your Spirit works. So thanks for being with me. It's always an honour. Namaste. Maybe go out in the day and say that once or twice and see what happens. And I'll look forward to seeing you next week.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Sweet Bee. Let's get into it. We're going to start with some of the astrology at the top. We have a number of things, a number of conjunctions that we sort of rode this wave right into today. And let me tell you, it's been a pretty bumpy ride. And I got to say, it was funny because in the last 10 days, I broke my tooth. My knee is out. My shoulder's hurting me. And I'm like, hide at home, Bee, hide at home. And so it's intense energy. And all these little injuries, minor injuries, are just reminding me to stay home. At any rate, let's get into it. We're going to start with messages for all 12 signs, sun, moon, rising. You can read all three to get your full message for the next 7 days. And so we're going to start with Aries. And you've got Mars, Sun, so you got Mars, Mercury, and Chiron going on there. Mars coming to your sign is going to have a huge influence over the next 2 years for you, Aries. Lots of action moving forward. The word that comes to mind, though, is play, therapies, healing, patience, balance with work, balance with opportunities, and remember taking time to play. Okay. And then I've got Tauruses, sun, moon, rising. We've got Jupiter and Uranus and Venus and the sun in your sign. A whole bunch of action going on there for you, Tauruses. And really coming to terms with your values and how you're being valued and who values you. And maybe you're seeing the light in things around people. And the word that comes to mind for you this next 7 days is flexibility. Having to be flexible with your plans, flexible with, it's not the time to use the word never or ever. It's the time to be really flexible. And I feel like it's all around your values and being valued, and people will show themselves to you. Gemini, the word that comes to you is honesty, and it's going to be around honesty with yourself, honesty with your progress, honesty with others, authentically you. How do you honestly be you in certain situations? How are you going to really honestly look at even your shadow side, things going on for you? And this is, and you really want honesty from others. And you could have some pretty intimate, deep, honest conversations coming up the next 7 days, really bringing forward a vulnerability for you that could be quite profound. Then I go into Cancerians, my little crabs, and connections. It's all about your connections this next 7 days. And you are the connector. You could be bridging people together. You could be event planning, bringing opportunities, bringing things to people who need them and people to things who have them. And so I feel like you're the connector, and your connections are going to prove to be very valuable. And you could find that you could be recognized, you could be honored by, you could be tapped on the shoulder and asked to kind of come over and be part of a team even. And so your connections and you being the connector are going to be really strong for you little Cancerians over the next 7 days. Leos, the word creativity comes up, and this is really actually a strong suit. I mean, yeah, I could be talking about scrapbooking, but I don't know that I mean painting or scrapbooking. I could mean around creative ideas for parties, for events, creative ideas at work, creative ways of communicating, creative ways of getting your name out there, creative ways of showing up, creative ways of addressing any situations that have been going on around you. And this is going to be a real time for you to come up with some creative ideas, creative initiatives. You just got to build a little team around you to help you implement some of this stuff, Leos, and you're good at that. So creativity is going to be your superpower, for sure. And then I've got our Virgos. And, you know, Virgos, the word that comes to mind is kindness, and being kind and being patient, kind to yourself mostly, because boy, you guys are hard on yourself a lot. And so kind to yourself, which means being patient. You don't have to be perfect. You can be kind to, and you might find real healing in just being randomly kind. You could be generous, kind, volunteer your time, efforts, feel like you're in service to, go the extra mile for, go over and above at your job, and find that you are, your kindness is going to be reciprocated to you, which is all you really want, isn't it, Virgos? Yeah, I thought so. Now, Libras, you got the south node of karma that you're wrapping up in your sign, and that last couple of eclipses in Aries and Libra are pretty powerful for you. And so challenges, I mean, you're being called to address challenges. You're being called to problem solve. You're being called to rise up to challenges. You're being called to shed things that have presented challenges or blocks or obstacles or mounting pressures, like those challenges for you. You might be ready to pull up your bootstraps, so to speak, and really, really march towards them and really take them head on. You could be really thinking about how to take some of these challenges head on. And if you're feeling a little overwhelmed by your challenges, hey, I'm going to send you a grandma hug from Grandma B. Okay? All right, Libra. Scorpios, the word is love. And, you know, and this is not a light word with you, Scorpios. This is pretty intense sort of language around you guys. If I think of the word love, I would think about all things you love, all things about being loved, all things around who you love, how you're loved, how that love is reciprocated, your languages of love. And this could be a hot topic over the next 7 days. You could be even drawing boundaries around love. But remember, no matter what happens, Scorpio, do it through love. Right, that was pretty good. Mars and Pluto, both your ruling planets, really have a lot of Aries energy to it, and healing wounds around love, healing wounds for you. And that can include even just agape love, family love, romantic love, all those kinds of things, friendship love, and being loved, and that you are so lovable. Remember that. Okay, Scorps. Sagittarians, you know, this next 7 days is around perseverance. You know, and every time I feel that word, I feel like, it's like, okay, I'm dragging my knuckles to the end of the week. No, don't live paycheck to paycheck. Not in that idea of perseverance. It's about sticking to your plan, sticking to your goals, sticking to your boundaries, sticking to your word, sticking to what you really wanted, and not and persevering in that, staying disciplined in that, staying focused on that. And really, to me, perseverance is about really clearing up your priorities. So if you're a Sag going, I don't know, I need some clarity, I'm going to say persevere on your priorities. And that could be really simple as like paying my rent, going to work, staying out of trouble. Those could be fitness routines, workout routines, new places you want to go have coffee, all those kind of wonderful things, okay? But persevere with things that are close to your heart, all right? Not about dragging your knuckles to payday. All right, Capricorns, the word that kept coming up for around you guys was acceptance. Now that's a really powerful word, because acceptance is the final stages of grief, right? And it's that acceptance where we are able to move on through loss, move on from whatever those losses, letting goes, surrendering, shedding, purging, purifying, whatever you've been going through there, you're really shedding. You got a powerful new moon and full moon coming up in about a month or 6 weeks that you're just gearing up for. And I'm going to tell you, it's going to be a time for you around your own acceptance and self-acceptance And you could even be accepting new roles. You could be accepting new opportunities. You could be accepting new responsibilities. You could find acceptance in other people around you and family. Maybe learning to accept yourself and everything in the end. But acceptance is going to be a big piece for you. Like accepting, I always feel like it's a word with no conditions. You've accepted it. You've agreed to whatever those conditions are. Remember that. Aquarius. Wow, you got Pluto in your sign. That, boy, what are you doing with all this power right now, huh? It feels like super energy. And this could really lend into, the word I kept getting for you was grace. Now, grace, like your goodwill, being courteous, being chatty, being outgoing, maybe friendly, maybe reaching out, kind of getting out there, giving people the grace and really seeing people in their vulnerability and being really courteous. And, you know, it'd be nice to have a few of those Aquarians out there spreading goodwill in the public eye, like when we're on the bus or we're in that public space. And that's where maybe you can find your unique quirkiness and beauty. Maybe you should go googly eye a whole bunch of stuff and community, or maybe leave a bunch of ducks in places. You feel sneaky and happy and kind of creative and artistic and a little kooky at the same time. And I feel like that'll feed your energy and really bring in that beautiful medicine and energy for you. And then finally we get to Pisces, not last, for sure, not least, last, but certainly not the least, but Pisces, Saturn and Neptune. You got the North Node coming, perspective, points of view. You could be tapped on the shoulder to counsel, guide, resolve, mediate, hold space for people, really emoting. You could have a lot of energy coming from like that empath, and you could be just fired up and feeling absolutely everything and everyone going on around you and feeling like your point of view is really important. It might be really called on. And know when to give it. This is a time in this week to temper your point of view, to temper that, and to temper other people's point of view, right? Don't take other people's opinions personally. It's their opinion and they own it solely. Let them have it. Yeah, never take that on, believe me. And don't take on words of, like, people come and share words of other people, whether it's for a referral or they're bashing them. Don't take other people's words. Really find your own perspective. It will be great medicine for you this week. You can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I'm on Facebook only. I have no other social media. You can find me through Bernice Bisson Psychic. I do post a collective reading for the next 7 days, and I use all kinds of fantastic tools, as you see behind me. And I try to switch it up every week and use a new tool, and we do a fun little practice. So if you like to do that, and you can join me, hey, it doesn't cost anything, and it'll be the best few minutes that you've spent maybe in the week. So I hope you enjoy. All right, we're going to get to our first caller, and we have Gwendolyn in Amherst. Gwendolyn.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Bernice Bisson, and I'm here in service to you today. We have a few minutes. Where can I help you?
Well, there's someone in my life that's struggling with, jail and alcohol and his family and stuff.
Okay, let me go back to that for a second. Okay, keep them in your mind, keep them in your heart. We're going to work with that energy a little bit, and we're going to get into, if you tell me too much, then I'm not doing my job, And so now, what's the day and month of your birthday?
August 17th.
Okay, and do you know their birthday, just day and month?
I think it's 11. Not sure.
Okay, November. Is that what you're telling me? Sometime in November?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So I want to say a few things. So I'm going to say you.
14.
Oh, okay. So they're November 14th. Is that what I heard from you? Yes? Perfect. Thank you. Let's get into it, my beautiful little Leo. I'm just going to work with your birthdays and I'm going to talk about them. I'm going to talk about you. I'm going to talk about things coming up around you over the next while, how to help, how to not help, all those kinds of things. I feel like struggles around addictions maybe are not new, and that there could have been conversations in the past that you had, and that you might be coming to a place where your hand could be forced. I wanted to say there is this woman who passed away. There's two women. There's woman like a mother figure, and there's another woman who was a young woman. I don't know, these two ladies show up in my mind and spirit around you. And I want to say a couple of things. Butterflies will be an important, beautiful image. I want to say people struggling with mental health and addictions and physical pain also shows up with some of that. And that I feel like there could have been some really difficult conversations in the last, even, since this time last year or the last few months, last few days. You're at maybe the kind of the third time in, the few time in having this conversation. I feel like you have your capacity to love and find some creative ideas for this person is really big. You're motivated, but you're also feeling like I can't take it. Like I can't keep doing this. And so I feel like there could be some real benefit into maybe even reaching out to supports for yourself. That could be, Al-Anon, that kind of thing, supports for yourself to strengthen some of the resolve you might need around this person. I'm sorry?
Okay.
And then I'm going to keep going a little bit because I have a few messages that keep popping up in my brain. And then I feel like there is some really wonderful news around a pregnancy. And someone's going to be mentioning this pregnancy within about 5 months. I don't think it's very far away. I feel like there's a little girl showing up in family. And I just feel like you'll know within the next 5 months or so about the pregnancy. It seems to show up around you. There's also some travel. It feels like at least a day's drive. You're going to know about this within 3 months. And I feel like you've got this day's drive possibly to another state, I imagine, or another. And I feel like you're really happy to do it because it feels like you'll have a bit of flexibility and freedom. And that might be a real thing for you right now, is not really having maybe flexibility and freedom, and that you could feel very obligated to people's needs. And there's also something around finances, and I just feel like you're going to go, I'm sick of it and I'm taking charge, or I'm sick of it and I'm coming with a hard plan. And I feel like there's something around your money or money that you'll manage, that you'll be very, you'll have very specific goals in mind around cleaning up some finances, getting them really sorted. And you're like, sometimes people will go like, I feel like you're going to save every dollar bill in a jar, like you're going to put as much as you can or hang on to as much as you can. And I do think that there is some good news, particularly come September, around monthly income, like regular income, like not chunky money is what I'm getting at. It's not like a lotto win, but I feel like starting in the fall, there is an increase to your income in the hundreds of dollars. I almost want to say, I hope it's 900. It could be 600. But there's something about money that's improving quite a bit come the fall. I feel like that feels really good. What slows down, or feels like it's been slowed down, you take charge in the next 5 weeks into the end of June. And then come fall, I feel like your income really starts to pick up. And so, or gets solidified. I do feel that there is, you're going to do some running around for someone. And it could be like doctor's appointments. It could be back and forth for tests. It could be, and what's kind of ironic is, although that goes on around you, there's also something about maybe, I don't know, a leg, your knee, someone's leg. Okay, that wasn't helpful, but sorry. But like, I don't know, if your knee winds up stiffening up on you, or you wind up having this weird leg thing going on, I feel like it's almost like spirit telling you to move on, like keep going, keep trucking, my friend. Like just keep putting one foot in front of the other. As tough as things might have felt, I really see you successfully getting through something. And I'm going to say this, and you can love me or hate me, I'm not sure, but we'll see. There's something about you making decisions about men in your life, or two men in your life, or a man in your life. And And if I think about your two decisions around men, I'm going to say one feels like they have lots, again, with love, because I'm sending love, but I feel like one really plays you in terms of like narcissism, or plays you and you're just like, because you're trauma bonded in some weird way, or you feel like, and then the other one, I feel like, I don't know, are you really interested? Is there really interest? Is there, I don't know, a deepening of something that is blocked, or maybe you're blocking it. Maybe you're like, I don't know about this one. And so, I feel that's okay. And, I'm going to say, give it time, my girl, give it time. Don't rush into trying to lock something down, because I'm going to tell you, just based on my little lioness, your birthday, there's going to be a retrograde of Pluto. Now, why is this important, B? What are you even talking about? Well, this is what I'm talking about. There's going to be the retrograde of Pluto, and it shows up because your sun is in Leo. I'm going to go across from you in Aquarius, which is that 7th house and a partnership. And if I think of that, power struggles, old power struggles, having to go over old power struggles. And I'm just going to say someone's not really available, and I feel like someone's not really available, and you're going to have to make a choice. And I even feel like by your birthday, okay? Mm-hmm. I want to go with the one that just give it time and space, not the one that you're really challenged by, okay?
So the one that I'm really challenged by, you say?
Yeah. You might have to know when to say when. Okay. And it's okay, because I feel like you got to take care of yourself first, my girl. Okay. Thank you, Gwendolyn. Grandma hug. All right, Jenny. I've got Jenny. All right, Jenny. I'm Bernice Bisson. I'm here in service to you today. How can I help you?
I would like to connect, if you can, to my mom.
I'm sorry, I did not catch. Can you just one more time say that for me?
I like to connect to my mom.
I still didn't. I'm sorry. I did not. It feels like it keeps cutting out. And I think
I like to connect with my mom.
Oh, you want to connect with your mom. Okay. Well, I'll do my best. I got about 5 minutes, maybe, but I will do my best. Think of your mom. Bring her to mind. Bring her in your mind. Okay. I want to say, there's a first, I'm going to just spew out a few letters in my mind. The first few letters that show up in mind, there's a J, A, E, an H, and an M. I'm not sure the order. The second thing that shows up in my mind is that your mom is pointing out the responsibility on your shoulders with family still. and a rift or split that you have to bring people together, or that there's, in light of her passing, in light of her death, that you may have to bring people together, that there is the forced move or a move of someone that I feel like there could be a rift or split. And she seems to show up because you call her, you talk to her, she's like your name's called, she's called. And I feel like there's been also some concerns with a young, like a kid. Okay, you're a kid, but not her kid. I mean, another kid. And so there could be some concerns with a younger woman or girl, like a younger girl. I'm going to say girl because I almost feel like
a little girl.
Your little girl. Thank you for that. I'm just trying to pull her in because I want. Okay, she told me to shut up. Okay, I'm going to just keep talking. Let me keep going. She mentions about writing with your little girl, writing letters to her, or writing a letter to her like you're going to mail it. I know it sounds like a weird thing to do, and I feel like she says, put some flower seeds in it. And that there could be a surprise pregnancy, or where there's been loss, there's going to be another birth. Where there's been loss, there's birth. So I kind of keep hearing that the image of your little girl, if I think of a little girl, there's something about sunshine, and that she's sunshine. And that there's also a D name living in the living that also shows up. I know you're Jenny. Hello, Jenny. But there's also that you've been really maybe struggling with letting go or grieving. And I feel like I would almost like put her pictures up and build like a little shrine and have her and talk to her every day. She shows me an angel ornament. I don't know. Maybe it's just an ornament or statue or something. And I feel like, and let your little girl play with her stuff. Let your little girl like connect. I don't know. It could be just like costume jewelry. I don't think it's real. And that
named after her.
I'm sorry?
My little girl is named after my mom.
Oh, okay. And that there's a man in your family, there's two men I'm supposed to talk about. And I feel like all one wanted was a hug. And when you see him, you've got to give him a big hug, big bear hug. That's all I can help you with. Okay? Okay. Thank you. And thank you for coming into my show, Bernice Bisson Psychic. You can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And you can find my collective readings every Tuesday, and join me for Psychic Tuesday here at A1R Psychic Radio. Thank you, and we'll see everyone in 7 days.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDSPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3 888-646-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Reading to Lady D. I'm your host for the segment, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week. So for this week with the planets, the big news is Mercury retrograde will be over. So today Mercury is going direct. And it's going direct on the node, the North Node. So it's about life lessons, destiny, and Mercury is how we think and communicate. So there's a lot of thinking and looking at what direction we want to go in and where we want to move forward in our lives. So maybe a lot of destiny things might be happening around these next couple of days with that, with those two lining up. But Mercury moving forward is at least it's very good. So now it's time to start with new projects, signing contracts, getting ready for new things coming up ahead. That's all become more of an alignment with that moving forward. And things running more smoothly as well. We've also, and it's going to be in Aries still. So it is a lot of strong opinions, strong what you're thinking is like very strong. Aries, people who have Mercury in Aries, they're very opinionated, they have very strong thoughts. They can be a little bit argumentative. So we're still in that sort of very strong energy, and we've also got other planets there as well. We've still got Venus here, we've still got Chiron, we've got the Mercury, and we've got the node. Also, that's happening this week on the 29th, we're going to have Mars, which is going to be conjuncting Neptune. That's going to be on the 29th of April. With that there, I see that it's not as bad. I mean, we might feel a bit lethargic, a bit less motivated with that. We also may feel a little bit like we don't get as angry. So it could also be times of sort of more delusion and I guess a craziness too. But on a whole, I see Neptune as a dissolve, and that with Mars, it's also like a dissolve with sort of motivation or anger. So it can be a little bit died down. And then we're going to also have Mars will then go into Aries on the 1st of May. So going to Aries, that's right. So that's so over the next couple of months, we're going to have a very strong Mars here, Mars going into Aries. So Aries, as I said, it's a very strong sign. It's the strongest star sign. It's the first sign, so it's the strongest star sign. I had a friend who's in Aries, and she reckons that they're the babies. I said, I don't understand what you mean by that. She said, because we're the first star sign. That doesn't make sense. So I always say they're the first, they're the strongest. So when we get the Pisces, they're the weakest because they're the last. So Mars in Aries can be a time of war. It can be a time of argument, but it can be a time of strength. If you are in Aries and you do have your Mars in there, you can have a bit of a temper. Anyone that does have Mars in Aries can have a bit of a temper. But also can make us feel more motivated too and more energized to move ahead as well. So we get the full potential of Aries in the bad and the good with it. And then we've also got this week, we've got Pluto on the 2nd. Pluto will be moving retrograde. So it'll be retrograde until around November. And it's going to retrograde in Aquarius. It will eventually go back into Capricorn for a little bit back in September. But I'm just trying to see on my chart here when it moves direct. I'm sure it's around October, November when it goes direct there. But at the moment, it's still going to be retrograding in Aquarius. We've also got Venus, which will be moving into Taurus on the 30th of the 4th as well. So we've still got a lot of movement here with the planets in this week. We've still got a lot of things that are coming up. They are all moving forward, which is good. Venus in Taurus is a strong Venus because Taurus is ruled by Venus. And so that's where we might be feeling more like we want to have more luxurious things. We want to look to finer things in life. We want to feel very comfortable as well with that energy. We do have a square. We have that full moon with that square with Pluto. For most of the week, we are going to have Pluto square sort of the sun here. We've also got Venus, which is also going to be squaring Pluto as well. So this can bring up, I guess, Pluto can deal with our fears as well, so it can bring up fears, and different things might be ending with that too. Okay, but we've got some sextiles are also helping us, like Mars with sextile Jupiter, which is also helping us, giving a lot of strength and making us being quite resilient. Let's go to the phone. So we've got here Michelle. She's in Michigan in America. So hi, Michelle. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
I was just wondering what you've seen in my marriage right now.
Okay. Michelle. I just feel like you don't want to fight. I just see someone yelling and then someone with their hands over their ears and they're not wanting to, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it as well. But I feel like your partner loves you, but I feel like it's him trying to talk to you and you're not wanting to hear. So I could be getting it the other way around, but that's what I'm hearing. But I also feel like this man loves you, but it's like he needs to really tell you something, or it's like he wants you to listen to him. Can you relate to this?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Oh, good. Because I'm hearing I love you, but you got to listen to me. That's why I was getting that. And I feel like be open to what this man is trying. I'm not sure what he's trying to tell you, but it's like you need to be open to what he's trying to tell you or what he's trying to communicate. I feel like he's ready to move forward, but it's like he's got to do it with you. But at the same time, I feel like on your end, you are listening and you are communicating well, but it's not in the way that he wants it to be done or that he wants to. So this is not a one-sided thing that's happening. It's like he's very stubborn, but it's kind of like his way or the highway a little bit. Okay.
Yes, definitely. It's like his way or the highway.
Yeah. It's like it's not about moving. It's not about moving on. Something needs to be fixed before we can move on. So I feel like everyone wants to move on. Yeah, it's like, but we can't just move on because something needs to be fixed. Can I ask what it's all about?
Well, there's a lot. I think there are a lot of deep-rooted issues. I think with him, we're a blended family, and I think with him, he's wanting me to let him parent my kids, which is I'm all for, but I haven't trusted him in the past how he's handled my kids.
Okay. He only knows one way how to do it, and I feel like he just wants to be the boss. But I feel like sometimes it can be a little bit of a bully or overreacting. And I feel like he's very under the thumb. It's like I see the Sound of Music, the man in the Sound of Music, he has the whistle. So I feel like maybe he's very regimented. But your kids need flexibility. And I feel like your kids are old enough now, like they know that this man's not their dad. And I feel like it's kind of like with a sour taste in their mouth. Like they think he's okay, but it's like they want their dad to help them, or they need a. It's like it's also there has to be a fine line with respect, but not over setting boundaries. Too, your kids, they love you a lot. They do want the best for you, but I also feel like they're very quite protective of you as well, and your kids trust you, but I don't feel they trust him. I think that's an issue as well.
You said they don't trust him?
Yeah. Like I feel like they trust you, but they're not trusting him. Because I feel like your kids need, I agree that kids need, I feel like they do need the rules, they need boundaries, they need things to be very repetitive, like the same, like a routine, but at the same time, they don't need to be like a drill sergeant, or they don't need to be like told. I feel like they're quite capable to do things. I don't feel like they're bad kids. And I just feel like, though, if you're like, I don't know, these are the rules, but it has to be a way you talk to your children for them to do what you want. And I feel like you kind of know how to do that, your partner doesn't get it. He doesn't know. I feel like with his children, he's all that they've had, so that they're used to how he parents, but your children are different. And I feel like you've been quite open with them in the past. So I feel like he needs to really understand where you're coming from. What star sign is your partner?
What's that? Would you ask?
What star sign? What star? Yeah, so when's he born? What's
He's a Libra. He was September 25th.
Oh, okay. They don't like arguing, but it depends where his Mercury and stuff is in. I don't see you guys ending this relationship. I do see there might be like a time out that happens, but I don't see a full on like ending. I do feel like that there's someone he needs to be careful with who's around them. I also feel like with your partner that someone's maybe egging him on or telling him things that that's sort of feeding his ego a little bit too. There's also a little bit of anxiety here. I don't feel like this is you. I feel like there is someone watching moves. It could be the kids watching what he does, but I just feel like there's someone watching someone here as well. I also feel like you guys need someone outside to be able to come in and reflect to help you guys through your issues. So I feel like by June, July, if these aren't fixed or communicated properly and sorted out, it's going to get a lot more stickier because you love your children as he loves his children. And it's just things that I just feel like it can be resolved, but he needs to be told and be open into different ways of communicating for you guys to be able to move forward.
Yeah, that makes complete sense.
Yeah, I don't feel like you're going to be able to do it on your own because he just won't listen.
What do you mean by not do it on my own? Like,
so if you keep on saying like, talk to me. I really feel like my kids need to be parented in this way or whatever. You need to do this. I feel like he's going to not listen. He needs a third party. So you need to go, I feel like a counselor or someone that's professional that someone that you guys both don't know that can reflect and help you.
Okay. And he has a son from another partner. He has caused a lot of problems in our house. And I'm just wondering what you see about him and his son, because that's one of our big issues. I think maybe the son's the one I think the son's the one where they're talking about being watched. I think that's the son. If the son's watching you or you're watching them, I feel like that this son is a bit spoiled. I feel like he likes getting things his own way, but he won't stop until he gets his own way. And unfortunately, your partner's very blind to what's happening because I feel like he's trying to protect him and also trying, like it's his son, it's his child. He doesn't see the bad things or manipulation at play as to what it is. So you're going to have to, I just feel like you're going to need a third party to help you with all these issues. But I have to go now, but thank you for calling in today. And I hope I've helped you. Yeah, you did. Thank you.
That's okay. Okay, guys, it's going to be another interesting week. We go up with the planets. And I say, see what happens before you react. And I hope you all have an amazing week. And I'll see you same time, same place next week. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a good week. And now that we are coming to the end of the month, May is actually going to be a good time for some forward movement finally. So for those of you who have been working on starting something new or feeling guided to do so, you might see some new things start to come up and pop off in the next few weeks here. We're in a time of energetic shifts, and these shifts are supportive for our life's purpose. So if you were not sure what that is or where it might be taking you yet, don't worry. I have found that when it comes to your purpose, and that could be different things because we have more than one purpose. So if you're talking about like career and that type of thing, but whatever it is for you, if this is something that has been on your radar lately or for a while, I find that it will present itself to us in due time. And, maybe you've been searching and it evades you, perhaps. That is something that's common for people who get readings. It's something they'll ask. And while it's not always, it's something that they kind of need to find within themselves, but there's advice to do this is to kind of loosen the reins, detach a little bit, and, go within. Take some time throughout the days to connect on, like on a daily basis and connect within, decompress, de-stress, let go of things from the day, let go of some stuff that maybe you've been thinking about a lot, and see if that's something that is going to help with your energy in order to, maybe not be investing energy in things that are taking from you, depleting you instead of giving to you. And that's something you can evaluate and just kind of sit and have those reflection times. And if there's something that's draining you, you can decide whether or not that's something that you want to release. And then you'll have more freed up energy for the forward movement and the things that we are working on, or the things that we're working towards now in these new shifts. Okay, we're going to go to caller. So, Fatima?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Great. What would you like to talk about today?
Just whatever you feel I should know at this time.
Okay, let me tune in here for you. So I'm kind of picking up energy of you kind of going about I don't know, they're showing me, and sometimes it's a metaphor, but they're showing me like in doing mundane chores and feeling a sense of like, what's the word I'm thinking? Kind of dissatisfaction.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. So, and then I just pulled an oracle card for you, and it's back and forth. So maybe there's something that you are going back and forth on, and in your mind, perhaps making a decision, or something that you're going in and out of different energies, wanting to do something maybe, and then kind of like pulling yourself back, holding yourself back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so they're showing me the stuck energy, stuck in a more of a mundane, like I was saying, but they're talking about planning and taking action on some new things, whatever it is for you. Do you know what, did you have any questions about that? Like, is there anything specific do you have about that you would like clarity on?
I think it was like, I had this one job, and then I kind of switched to this other thing, and they're not too bad, but yeah, I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have left that one right away. I kind of like traveling like a flight attendant, but then now I kind of do like Airbnb. So yeah, it's kind of like a lot of cleaning, but not too bad overall. But yeah, sometimes I go back and forth on that.
Okay, so that, like, I was seeing you doing a lot of cleaning, like mundane chores.
Yeah.
And it's funny because this card right here is that the planning and action, it has a map on it for travel.
Yeah. I love traveling though.
Yeah. And so they're talking about planning on taking some type of action. Now, this could be in the career, or this could be just making more time for you, for yourself, where you're having more fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there is this strong sense of like feeling like you're stuck in a little bit of a situation that you maybe don't know how to get out. Does that make sense?
Not like out of, no.
Okay. Well, and then we're getting the true love card as well, and the angels of the four directions. And the true love card for me right now, the energy it's giving me is kind of like getting dressed up, taking care of yourself, like going dancing, or, making nice meals for yourself, but doing a lot of self-care and just treating yourself like you would somebody that you really care about.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do that a little bit more and plan some things.
Yeah, and it's this energy. I'm also kind of like seeing this wooded area, like a foresty area for you as well, to kind of like be spending time out in the sunshine or around trees and greenery.
Yeah, I can't wait for it to get nicer.
Yeah, and just getting that sunlight, and you're feeling your energy just needs a little bit of balance, and that's going to help make you feel a little bit more excited about this, where you're headed, and kind of balance you out, because there's some sort of fragmented energy they're talking about, like different pieces of the puzzle, that they all come together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I don't know, but I see some type of new beginning for you as well. And so, but anyway, that is going to take us to the end of the show already. So you can always email me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. If you had like a question that we weren't able to get to because of time, if you want to do that, you can email me if you'd like to, and to kind of finish out the reading. Okay, but thank you so much for calling.
Okay, thank you.
All right, have a great day. All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you guys have a great week, and take care. Bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am so happy to be here with each and every one of you. It is Tuesday afternoon in Ohio at 4:30 p.m., and I am thrilled to be here with each and every one of you outside of Mercury retrograde. Yes, it has ended, thank goodness. Retrograde is one of those times where sometimes it bothers me and sometimes it doesn't. And this time it didn't bother me, as in a lot of electrical things going wrong, which sometimes happen. My computer will just shut down on its own, or my phone will restart, all kinds of different things like that. But this time, the energy said, go within, and we need you to look at yourself and what are you doing? And so I had to go inside and just kind of sit with what was happening, sit with all the things that I was experiencing, and choosing to be happy, even though there were some things that were kind of frustrating me and making me sad. And even as I say making me, the things themselves did not make me sad. I choose to let them create sadness in me. And one of the things that we need to be very careful of is we need to be careful of the words that we use. We need to be very mindful. And I wrote a blog post about that today on my blog, marialegget.com/blog. And on the blog post, it talks about how we need to be so aware of our energy and where we have been and the words that we say, because everything is intention, right? So when you say you made me feel, what you're saying is, in effect, that the person held a gun to your head and forced you to feel a certain way. And the truth of the matter is that unless that actually happened to you, no one made you feel that way. And so in those cases, start watching what you say. No one made you feel anything. You were triggered in the moment and you chose to react on the trigger in the situation to be angry or sad or happy or whatever it is. And so we need to be very careful and very mindful of our words, mindful of our energy, because when we go places, we leave pieces of our energy in those places. So we need to be very careful and start calling our energy back. And that's what my blog post is all about. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome Regan to the show. Hi, Regan. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I am very well, thank you. Did I pronounce it properly?
Yes, that's correct. It's Reagan.
Awesome. How may I be of service to you today, Reagan?
Oh, just a general. I was just hoping for a general reading today, if possible, please. And thank you.
Oh, absolutely. So just whatever it is that Spirit wants to talk to you about.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever guidance is needed.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to say my prayer and then we're going to hop right into it. Mother, Father, God, thank you very much for this moment in time. Thank you for allowing me to be of service to Regan today. As we open the door to communication with the great I Am presence, we know that all words spoken will be with your wisdom, truth, love, and understanding in the highest. In this moment, we ask for the veil to be lifted and any crossed over loved one, ancestor, spirit, guide, spirit, animal, to show Regan any guidance or information that she needs to see today. So the very first thing that Spirit's doing to me as I connect in with your energy, they're showing me a beautiful sunny place outside. And first, when I see the sun, that is my symbol for asking for clarity in my life. Where do I need clarity? What do I need to do? And one of the first things that Spirit says to me is, as I'm looking for that clarity, right, because the sun is up in the sky. So what they're showing me very clearly is chin up. And so it's reminding me to hold my head high, don't put my head down and hunch my shoulders, being able to stand up forward and move forward in my life, knowing that, yes, I've made mistakes. Yes, things have gone wrong. And I'm still an amazing soul doing this job down here on this earth. So it's really important to hold my head high through everything and continue to be the most authentic person I know how to be. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And then after I give you that message, they're taking me right outside to where I can see bare feet in the grass. And they're talking to me about being able to ground your energy and connect in with Gaia. And they're showing me that this is going to be really helpful for some, I don't know if I want to say agitated so much as just some imbalance in energy in the body. And so being able to go outside and put your feet actually in the grass, and I know that you're on the opposite side of me, so it's probably cold for you where it's warm for me. But being able to put your feet in the dirt where you can, and being able to send roots down into the ground, right? Focus in that meditative spot and send roots down into the ground and connect in with the earth, connect in with the dirt, connect in with the mycelium and all the roots that are down in there, and ask Gaia, what do I need to know today? What do I need to do with my energy? Because they're showing me, your guides are showing me that it's really important for your energy that you stay grounded. Because sometimes you can get stuck up in your head with some thoughts. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so being able to ground your energy is going to help you to get where you need to be. And, you know, being grounded, right? We can talk about the Suit of Pentacles in tarot, because tarot is all about those physical earthly things. And when we get grounded, we can then begin to focus on, okay, what do I need to pay attention to? What is ahead of me? What is to the right of me? And being able to organize all the things that we need to organize. And Spirit wants me to talk to you about you having a very loyal spirit team who move through this world with you, helping you and supporting you to find all of the abundance that you're looking for. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
They show it to me as though there have been many times in your life where where people have tried to come in and take some ideas from you or not allow you to be at peace and just try to get all up in your thoughts. And that you are working very hard at pushing them out of your thoughts so that you are just in your head alone. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. Yep, it does.
Good. I'm glad. And
thanks so much.
So good. And Spirit is showing it to me as though if you had any questions about, is it time for me to like pause, or is it time for me to move forward? And Spirit is showing me very clearly that it's time for you to move forward with the ideas that you have going on, because you have very clear, here's some independence, here's how I want my life to go, here's what I want to manifest for myself. And Spirit says, yes, we're right there with you. All you have to do is speak it, and we will help you to clear the way and make room for the energy that you're trying to bring into your life. Does that make sense?
It does, because I'm going through a lot of relationship and just feel like I'm being stonewalled.
Yeah. And, and you're ready to move forward. You are ready to move forward, being independent, not having to rely on someone else, and say, listen, I've got this. I'm good. And if you want to come along, that's fine. Here's how you need to be with me in order to respect and honor my energy. And if you don't want to be with me, then I will find a way to continue being me on my own. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense, absolutely, because I've been in a position where I feel as I have stated to them, I don't deserve how I'm treated. I have an expectation of how a person in a relationship should be treated. And shut down regularly.
Yeah, so you are absolutely ready for this, because then as you're talking, I pull a tarot card really quick and I get the 8 of Cups. And the 8 of Cups, and I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the 8 of Cups is all about, here's all these emotions, I'm going to leave them on the table, and I'm going to turn around and walk away from them, because I know that that's what's in my highest good. I know that I can walk away from this and still be me and find who I am amongst the chaos and step outside of it and have this great moving future. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I just don't know. It's a hard one, because I want to move forward, but I don't want to be without him.
So one of the things that Spirit is showing to me is, and talking about this, they're showing me the 2 of Cups, which is fantastic. The 2 of Cups is about a relationship coming together and moving as one unit. And that means that both parties have to be willing to sit down and have a conversation, right? Whether it's over a glass of wine or with a therapist, but having a conversation and saying, here are my feelings and I need you to hear me. Even if you don't like them, I still need you to say, okay, I hear you. I may disagree, but I hear you. Because it's really important that you be seen in this relationship. Does that make sense?
And that's yes, 100%. And I'm not being heard. I'm telling him every day how I'm feeling, and it's like I'm not being heard. He goes, please tell me what I've done wrong. And he's not hearing me. It's so frustrating. I feel like
the only way to do that, if you've done that, then being able to find a third party, a mediator or a therapist or a counselor to be able to sit with and say, okay, this is how I put it, but I don't know how to say it where he can hear it. Because, men don't always hear, or our partners don't always hear what we have to say to them, because they've got a whole history of past that's associated with it. So they tend to just check out for some of it. But very clearly, Spirit shows it to me that if you're both willing to work, then the relationship can work. Absolutely. Just that both parties have to be willing to put in the effort.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much, Regan, for being on the show. I truly appreciate you. I am so grateful for your time and your energy. And I want to thank everybody else for being on the show. Thank you for being here. And remember, I have this amazing new blog that's out now, marialeggett.com/blog. And in there, I'm listing tips on how to clear your energy. I am listing tips on how to communicate with Spirit. And if you'd like to learn how to talk to Spirit yourself, you can join me in my soul group at marialeggett.com/mysoulgroup. Have a nice day.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I'm Mary, your host. Hope you're all doing well. I'm going to get straight into it. As usual, I'm doing a 3-card pull, so just take a minute to see whether you're drawn to card 1, 2, or 3. You do have to tune in quickly. The first card is this one. It is Divine Presence. Now, with this card, Spirit came in very much about healing yourself within and connecting to Spirit for that. Now, I did also get a message from Spirit that was quite lengthy, and I wrote it down. So I'm going to read because I never remember these things and I get myself into trouble with my guide. All right, now I'm going to read it out, and the message was, I am you and you are me. We rise together. We never fall or fail. We either pause and heal or we move on and up. And the other message was to just take your time with everything. You can't do everything at once, all right? So just connect with that divine loving force that's within you and ask for help, ask for guidance, ask for healing. Now, this is out and about everywhere, but I just did feel the need to also say it again. There are no mistakes in life. There are only lessons. We never fail. We're just constantly learning and evolving. So be kind to yourself, ask for help, and it will come. Doesn't always come when we want it to come, but it does come, when Spirit are ready and are able to assist. Sometimes we need to learn something from an experience before they make it better. So just keep that in mind for yourself, all right? If you've chosen the second card, it's this one, Shamanic Healer. This is about healing all areas if you're in your life. It's not just about the body. So where it can be a relationship, the workplace, it could be people in the workplace or the job that you have to deal with within your workplace. It can be a family situation. It can, of course, be healing within the body. This card, however, what I am being told from Spirit is that it is time to heal whatever is going on with you, whatever you're concerned about, but it is coming, but you need to assist with that as well. So if you do need healing, especially if it is in the body, whether you want to do a holistic form of healing, so whether it's Reiki or anything else that you gravitate to, now's the time to work on that for yourself. So going to a healer. What I'm also being told for you to do is to you can also assist with this yourself, and you can sit in your own space and just breathe in the life force, the energy that is our breath, and breathe it in, and making sure that you're asking for it to go to every cell in your body, going through your bloodstream to your muscles, and visualize it going into every thought that you have, assisting with that, and basically in all areas of your life, and just see everything being resolved, whether it's medical, physical, emotional, spiritual. Okay, so whatever your concern is, work on it in that way. If you chose the third card, it's this one, it's thought vibration. Now, there is a lot of stuff out there about manifesting and what you attract, you manifest, and all that kind of stuff. But what I was shown to tell you is pretty much, and some people do vision boards and do positive thinking, and I'm not saying don't do that. Do whatever works for you. However, today I am being drawn to tell you to do what I do. Now, it does work for me. Maybe it will work for you. Whenever a negative thought comes into my head, I just say, no, that's not for me. I don't want that. You can take that away. If a positive thought comes into my head, I'm like, I like this. This resonates with this. I'm keeping this. I want this to assist me in my life, okay? I don't have time to sit there with vision boards and to sit there and, try manifesting and whatever. It doesn't work for me. I use that technique for myself, and I have found that works. And then I just say thank you to Spirit, and that I can use that. So if somebody wants to try that, by all means do, and I hope that works. Okay, but just stay positive and work on all of that for yourself. All right, now I have Janelle on the line. Janelle, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm very good. Have I pronounced your name correctly?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, how can I help you, Janelle?
I'm actually just calling in. I know that things are uneasy for me right now. And I just wanted to try to get a little insight of all the uneasiness in my life basically right now.
Okay. Janelle, are you in a relationship right now?
I am.
Okay. The first thing that I've got, the person that you're in a relationship with, I feel like they're a little bit controlling. Does that make sense for you?
A little bit, in a sense, yeah.
Okay. And I also feel that there is control around finances. I feel like it's a difficult time for you to make decisions also within your relationship and around finances too. Does that make sense for you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I am being told for you to trust your intuition regarding this. I do feel you're very strong with that, with your gut feeling. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
Okay. Also, I feel like you just wanted to be in a relationship and have a lovely, beautiful, happy ending, and you've had all these dreams, but they're not actually working out that way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. There has been, I feel like, some conflict with your partner. Is that correct?
A little, yes.
Okay. Have you suspected that there's another person in this relationship?
No.
Okay. If that comes up for you, just go with your gut feeling. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. I also feel like the situation that you're in right now, it's going to come to an end. I just see this karmic wheel going around, and I just see that karma is going to unfold here. Okay, I do feel like you just want to get to the truth of things. Does that make sense?
Always.
Yeah. I do feel like you feel a little bit trapped, a little bit isolated, not really knowing what to do, what to think, what to say, that it's a little bit exhausting for you. Does that make sense?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I'm just gonna see. I feel like you just want your relationship to be good, but there's some shady parts to it. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what else you get. Do you have a male in spirit? This is like a father, grandfather, or like a father figure?
I do.
Okay, which one is it?
Actually, it's my godfather and also my uncle.
Okay. All right. I'll describe this person to you because he's been with me for a while. He came in like all excited, like I'm here, I'm ready to help, sort of like, what do you want? Like he will have not a sense of humor about any concerns that you have with your life, but he tries to lighten the mood a little bit to take some stress off you. But then as soon as he knows what is concerning you, then he goes very much into becoming a deep thinker, and he wants to work out the problem. Does that make sense for your godfather or your uncle, either one of them?
Yes.
Is it one in particular, or are they both similar like that?
Both of them, yeah.
I like that. Okay. All right, I'm being told to tell you to learn from this situation so you don't go and make the same mistake again, all right? Does your partner have some narcissistic tendencies about his personality?
It's not usual, no.
But sometimes?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm going to say why he's coming in to help you. Oh, okay. That are falling out. They want you to know he wants you to know not everything is lost, okay? So focus on what you have, all the good things, and everything will work out. He is going to assist you. He's saying to me it's a bit like a tight squeeze navigating through, but he's going to find a way for you to resolve everything and to just ask for help from him. Okay, or both of them, whoever you feel the closest to. Does that make sense for you?
Yes, perfect.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello, live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Enlightening Television. I'm your host, John Capello, and I'm a psychic medium from the North Texas area, and I'm delighted to be part of the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. So today is another version of the Psychic Side, and we are delighted to have you as a listener or viewer of our program as we try to debunk the skeptics. So thank you for joining us today. I always like to try to have a topic to talk about before I get on the program. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about meditation. You know, we live in really such difficult times with protests everywhere, and we have so much going on and so much anxiety out there. Today I want to talk a little bit about meditation, because meditation is a way to kind of help us get centered and help us tune into our higher self, our guides. It helps us with developing our psychic abilities as well. And it's a very healthy way of dealing with stress. And you know, it's just a very stressful time, like I say. And, you know, I had a lady on my Facebook page say something that was interesting. She was someone that didn't like our former president, and she said she walked into a bar and somebody turned on a news channel, and they didn't like that news channel, and they were booing and everything else, and she said, "Oh, there's hope for us. There's hope for us." And I got to thinking, I said, well, yeah, I can see why those folks wouldn't like that particular news channel. Usually barflies and people that are generally low information and people that generally are drinking may not like that news channel. So I didn't delete her yet, but it just so much is going on, and it causes some anxiety. I have to tell you that. So, but it's something that I try to always be centered if I can, and I try to make myself as balanced as possible. So today we're going to talk a little bit about that. And by the way, you know, just talking about anxiety and things like that, I went to Kansas over the weekend, and Kansas was pretty lucky over the weekend. They didn't get hit with any tornadoes or, you know, any devastation the way Nebraska did and Oklahoma. And I was really happy about that, because I was afraid that my vehicle might be destroyed. And it didn't happen, but what did happen was, where I was going, someone got this big rock and busted the window. At least I wasn't robbed this time, so that's good. It's just been an interesting year, and lots of meditation on my part to stay centered. So that's why I thought, you know, maybe it's a good thing to maybe talk about that a little bit here on the program today. And so what I wanted to do is, I just wanted to tell you when you are trying to meditate, when you are wanting to put yourself in a position to where you can get centered, especially after a day of lots of anxiety, you can go to that great place in your home, okay? Now, if you don't have a great place, what you need to do is you need to create one. And it's not a place, it's usually not your bedroom, okay? It's usually another place in the house or a place where you live. It's a spare bedroom, a media room if you have that, or if you have another place where you can just have some quiet time. It's a good thing to have a space which is not the place where you generally go to bed or rest. This way you can call it a great space. You can call it a place where you have maybe memorials to crossed over loved ones or pets, a place that is just for you, you know. That's the first thing that you should do when you're creating that great space. That might be the place where you light candles for world peace or whatever, and it just is a place where those things are relevant to being at peace and calm, and so that's the first thing. That's the first step. And the first step is to go to that place and then making time, at least 30 minutes if you can, to do that. And some people do just take a nap. You know, a nap is maybe a form of meditation during the day if you can do it. If you're at work, you might want to go sit in your car for a few minutes, or another place where you can maybe close your eyes and just take a brief few minutes to just clear your mind, okay? Because it's good for your attitude. It's good for your relationships. It's good for the work environment to kind of step away and to have that clearing. And then once you've done that, it just makes the rest of the day a little bit easier, just a little bit less stress than what you might have otherwise if you just kind of bull through the day. And I know a lot of people do that, and that's fine if that's what they really want to do. Some people take an energy drink, which I haven't had much luck with those, but it seems to be a healthy practice to just take that 5 minutes a day, maybe as much as 30 minutes if you can, to kind of make a shift. Because a lot of times in the morning or the first half of the day, you constantly are building up, getting things ready so that the action part of the day might be in the afternoon. But you can be wore out too by the afternoon. By the time lunch is over, lunch has been completed. And a lot of times going to lunch can be a stressful time with traffic and waiting in line at a restaurant or something like that. So if you can find that few minutes to just be at peace, then it's going to help you the rest of the day. Okay. And we'll take a caller here in just a minute, but I just want to kind of set the stage here, and I'm going to tell you some tips about meditating that might be helpful to you, because these tips are going to be something that you can take with you, and we've talked about this before in the past, and I just revisit a lot of topics at times because I want to just emphasize how important they are, because being a psychic and learning your psychic abilities is really a very healthy lifestyle, okay? Because if you can kind of wind down a little bit in the middle of the day, or you can wind down before you have another block of your day, it can make that block much more fruitful, much more beneficial, or very helpful to you. So, a lot of times people don't believe in that, but I do, and I found that it's helped me be a lot more successful, especially with my attitude and my energy levels. So, of course, I'm getting a little bit older too, so maybe that's part of it. So let's go to our first caller. This is Mackenzie in Napanee, Ontario. So, Mackenzie, are you there?
I am here.
Okay. Do you ever meditate? You ever take some time out to just relax and maybe in the middle of the day to kind of take the edge off?
I do. I love to go outside and sit by the forest. My work is surrounded by trees, so I go outside and I sit and I listen.
And you listen. That's very good. We're going to talk about that in a minute. but
Perfect.
but it's something that's really good and healthy. And once you're done, you just have kind of a new outlook on things, and you just kind of feel like, well, I'm ready to jump into the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives you that fresh perspective that you needed.
That's right. And so that's what I wanted to share with the audience today, and I'm glad you're validating that. So Mackenzie, it seems to me that you're a person that likes to start things, that you like new things, you like things that are going to be exciting, especially things that are upbeat. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you have a question for me today? Is there somebody that's kind of impeding you from being happy at the moment, or what?
You know what? I signed up with the intention of maybe asking a question, but I think I would rather just kind of let you say what you think I need to hear instead.
Okay. Well, what I feel like you need to hear is to believe in yourself, is to not take criticism too seriously, because I just don't see a lot to criticize about you.
Thank you so much.
If you have people that are naysayers, I think you need to take all of that in perspective. And I'm not saying don't look at constructive criticism, but if there's people that are around you, I don't think you like to be around negative people anyway. So I think you try to surround yourself with some positive people, and because you just have such good energy that you're portraying to me. What is your birth sign?
Thank you. Yes. So the original sign would be an Aries, but I guess now I'm a Pisces since it changed. But I don't know if you go by that or.
Why would it have changed?
I'm not sure. I heard that some of the dates had changed, so I wasn't sure if it would change or not for me. But I was born in Aries.
No, the dates haven't changed. Now, what's going on with Pisces right now is Saturn is there. But this is a time for you to make some ground, as far as I'm concerned, because you're not encumbered by something like a Saturn or something like that. Even Uranus is, I believe, in Taurus right now. So this is a time for Aries to make some ground. So if you do want to start something new, as long as you have a good plan, as long as you have, doing it from a grounded perspective. Now, are you wanting to get married, or do you want to enter into a relationship with someone?
I am in a serious relationship, yes. And we've kind of danced around the idea, but I guess more important things take over right now. I'm still pretty young, both of us are, so it's just not really our priority per se. But
okay, but it does look like you would like to marry this person at some point in time. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Well, this is a time to make sure that this is the right person for you, and that they you're getting what you need out of that relationship. So I don't know. I just think it's all full speed ahead for you, and just be guard against any self-doubt. Just trust yourself, and to just keep moving forward. So I think the person you're with is also supportive of you, and I just feel like that's a good thing. So I hope that was helpful to you, Mackenzie. So thank you very much for your call. Okay, all right.
Yeah, thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Kate. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit more about the next part of my talk today about meditation. And part of it is about, like I say, setting the stage, that great place, that place that is ready for you when you are ready to wind down. And in the case of Mackenzie, she liked to go outside and sit near the forest. I mean, that's her great space. So what a great space to have. But if you can't have a big forest around you and you only have a room or someplace like that, then that's fine too. But you need to get yourself comfortable, of course, and sometimes people sit in a lotus position and sometimes they want to lay down. If you've had a particularly rough day, and this might just be a John Capello thing, so don't think it's something scientific, but you might want to first lie down on your right side. Okay. The right side is your recent past. It's the masculine side. It's the side that you may have just had some type of situation that's caused you a little bit of distress. And so by laying on your right side, you kind of get control of it, and you can kind of calm down a little bit, you know. And once you feel a sense of calm, you can turn to the left side and maybe rest a little bit easier. If you find that you are tossing and turning, you might lay on the left side for a while, and then that energy build again, move back to the right side, you know. So this way, as you calm down by being laying on the right side of your body, then you can gradually start to get calmer. Okay, so you might just look at some other ways of settling down from trauma. But, and I'm not saying it's always trauma, but, you know, if something's upset you or you've had just a stressful day, laying on the right side is sometimes kind of helpful. So another thing is that when you are getting settled, you want to kind of set your intention, okay? Set your intention to release stress or to help solve a problem or to get some insight. These are things that are necessary when you are wanting to meditate. You don't absolutely have to set your intention. You can just say, I just want to rest. Well, that's your intention. That's your intention to clear your mind. And if you want to do that, that's fine. But set the intention and then focus on your breathing. Okay. Usually it's easier to do the deep cleansing breaths if you're kind of sitting up, or at least it's harder to do the breathing exercises if you're laying on your side. But either way, there are benefits to both. But when you do start the breathing exercises, you want to breathe in a big breath and send that healing energy. You might want to start with the chakras. You might want to start with the root chakra, and then exhale. You want to send that. You want to breathe in that healing energy, that soothing energy to those areas of the body that might be under stress. And usually it's the root chakra. So then when you might want to hold it, or when you want to exhale all the negativity that's there. So let's go to our next caller, and we'll continue our conversation about meditation here in just a moment. Oh, by the way, before I forget, there's still time to sign up for the Monday Astrologer. It's next week, starts next Monday. So just send me an email, john@johncapello.com, so I can get everything set for you. But it's going to be a good series of 6 astrology classes, classes that you'll be able to take advantage of wherever you go. So just remember that. And if you decide to take it, it's affordably priced, only $99.97 for all 6 classes. So let me know if I can be of service to you. So now let's go to Nikki in Canterbury, Connecticut. So Nikki, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Nikki, do you meditate at all?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
I try to as much as I can.
Okay. It sounds like you're a person. I just feel like you're a person that's a little bit frazzled. Do you have children?
I do.
Okay, are they, and still in school and stuff?
No, I actually have a daughter, and she's older. She's 24.
24, okay. I don't know, I just feel like you still have a lot of people that depend upon you, and I just feel like maybe you have a little post-traumatic stress of getting everybody ready for the day, or just seems like a lot of people have depended upon you to get them off and going. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So it just seems that you're trying to find time for yourself. Now, is there anything going on in a relationship for you right now that has caused you some concern?
I'm not actually in a relationship right now.
Does that cause you some concern?
Yeah. I just
okay.
wondering this past year.
Now, what is your birth sign?
I am Aquarius.
Aquarius, okay. Well, we Aquarius, we're kind of a unique group here. Aquarius is starting a new paradigm, a new way of life. A big transition is on its way right now. Were you divorced about 2 or 3 years ago, or how long are you divorced?
I was divorced many years ago, almost 9-10 years ago now.
9-10 years ago. Okay. Well, that would still be kind of a Saturn aspect, because it probably was in a time because every 7 years there's that Saturn aspect. It seems to me that you are ready for another relationship. It feels like you're ready to be able to put energy into a relationship. Do you want another relationship?
I mean, I'm definitely open to it.
Okay. Well, it just seems to me like you need someone that's going to be more accepting of you, okay? Because I feel like in some ways you felt discounted, or you felt maybe a little bit used, or like you weren't appreciated, okay? So the next relationship, I feel like you need someone who's going to be more of an equal, someone that is not going to take you for granted. Because I feel like in the past you felt like you were having to always please everyone. Okay, so excuse me. The next relationship, it's not that you mind pleasing other people; it's just that you want them to please you too, which is fair.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. I feel like another relationship is relatively close. I'm not going to say it's tomorrow, but I do think that you are ready. I think that it is time.
Somebody maybe I'm talking. Is it somebody I know or somebody new?
This feels like someone new. Okay, it feels like someone
new. Okay.
Yeah, someone new. I feel like if you knew them. That they would have made an approach to you by now. So, are you a member of any kind of spiritual community or anything?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. Well, it just seems like the more networking you do, especially with like-minded people, and of course, I'm always going to be bent toward a spiritual community because I'm a psychic, but something that you enjoy doing, a hobby or some type of activity, that's probably where you're going to meet someone. Now, are you athletic? Do you like to do pickleball or tennis or anything?
Yeah, I like like kayaking and doing things. Yeah, okay. I like more outdoor sports.
Yeah. It just seems like you need someone that's kind of athletic, someone that's able to move around and not decrepit. Yeah. So I'm not going to predict necessarily another marriage yet, but I do think that there's going to be a companion coming for you, and so I feel like you need to be open to it. Okay.
Okay. Nice.
Okay.
You see maybe a possible move of location, like a change, like moving to another state or anything?
Are you wanting to leave Connecticut or what?
Possibly. I've thought about it.
Okay. Well, that's it. That would be in keeping with this major transition that Aquarius is getting ready to go through. So I'm not going to say it's tomorrow, though. I think some more conditions have got to occur, and it might involve a man, it might involve another person. So I got to let you go. Okay. We're getting close on time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and take care. Okay, bye-bye. So we only have a few minutes left, and I want to finish up a little bit of a talk on the meditation, because when you are meditating, you heard Nikki talk about listening, and you heard Mackenzie talk about listening, and that's what you want to do. You want to listen for a mantra. You want to listen for a solution, and it may not make sense. Sometimes it's just a word that you may hear. And if you just get a little bit of rest, that's good too. But clearing your mind and being open, being vulnerable again, without being defensive after a session of meditation is a good thing, because we don't realize that sometimes the things we say or the actions that we do can be offensive to other people. We don't mean to. But it might be because we didn't take that time to get centered. So that's why I am a big fan of meditating, or at least taking a few minutes during the day to kind of get yourself centered. So that's about my talk. That's a little bit about my talk and about meditation. So once again, if you want to email me for a reading or be a part of the Monday Astrologer, let me know. The month of May is getting ready to start, and I've got lots of activities coming up in May, and I hope that you'll be a part of that. Now you can join my meetup group, and we've got another psychic development class coming up, which you could be a part of if you want to. We have the Monday Astrologer, and I have several trips in May. I've got Houston coming up. I've got Longview, Texas, Fort Worth also, and I'll be going to Houston more than once this May. That's June. Excuse me. So I'm coming up on Oklahoma City again. So that's right. So next week I got to remember where I'm going to be. So hopefully there won't be any more tornadoes in Oklahoma, because I drove through one devastated area, Marietta, Oklahoma. It was just heartbreaking to see all the devastation in that area. But we'll just take it as it comes. So I want to be thankful once again for my sponsor, Miracles of Joy, in Bedford, Texas, and also Louisville, Texas. Be sure to use their promo code PS-0223 when you check out and purchase something on their online site. It's always a joy to work with Joy Koff and her staff. And so I'll be there May 8th for the psychic development class. So you'll be able to join in on that. We may do a Zoom session as well. So with that, I want to thank you once again for joining me here on the Psychic Side. Be sure to like my Facebook page and go to my website. You might find an article there that you enjoy reading. So that'll do it for this week, and I hope to have you join me next week here on the Psychic Side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. So long. Take care. Bye-bye.
watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psych with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you're having an absolutely sensational week wherever you are in this planet of ours as the seasons are changing. Here in Australia, it's getting colder and colder by the day. I don't particularly like that. I'm a warm baby. I like the summertime. So I'm a little bit envious of the people in the Northern Hemisphere now as you're heading into those warmer months and barbecues and fun and out in the sun enjoying yourself. Well, we're all going to rug up here in front of the fire. Not that I've got a fire, but you know what I mean. So it's time for change. So when the seasons change, it's time for change in our lives as well. And sometimes I think as human beings, we resist change because it's easier to just put up with what's going on in our lives rather than sort of step out of our comfort zone and try something different and bring about something that might bring about change in our lives. Even though we desperately want it, we almost fear it. We sort of think, oh, well, I'll do that tomorrow or next week or next month or whatever. So now is the time of change. And it is a time where we really do need to embrace the changes that are coming up in our life, whether they're good, bad or indifferent. It's a time to embrace it and move forward and say, this is part of our journey here on earth. It is about change. It is about learning. It is about trying something new and stepping out of our comfort zone a little bit. So this week, the Simply Tarot card sort of reflects that a little bit. It's called the card of Temperance. Now, Temperance is one of those ambiguous sort of cards where a lot of students sort of get a little bit stuck on the card Temperance because they're not sure what it actually sort of means. Now, the card of Temperance is the card of money restrictions. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't have any money. It just means money's a little bit restricted or you're purposely holding on to it because you've got some big choices or decisions to be made or maybe some big purchases coming up or a lot of expenditure over the next couple of months. It doesn't mean that you haven't got any money. I want to be very clear on that. It's more the fact that you're restricting the flow of money out the door. And sometimes we have to do that as we save up for particular events in our lives, you know, or we've got a lot of bills coming up, things like that. The secondary meaning of this card is testing the water. Now, you probably can't see it on screen here, but her right foot is just stuck in the water, as if she's sticking a toe in the water to test the water, to see where things are going, to see, you know, what the temperature is. Is the water cold? Is it hot? So it's like a little bit like sticking your toe in the water of life, isn't it? Testing the waters to see where things go. Sometimes you've got to have a go at something. You don't know where something's going to go if you don't stick your toe in the water and have a go. So I like this card. To me, it's a very positive card. It's a very uplifting card. And I see it as quite a spiritual card with her wings there. So let's move on to the astrology section. Look, I know for months now I've been saying, in all the years I've been in astrology, which is a very long time now, I've never seen such a concentration or a configuration of planets all sitting in a very small sector of the chart, which is about 1/4. But we're still moving on with that. There is things that are slowly starting to break up and things are starting to sort of move, but we need to work through it. Now, I don't break down the 12 signs. If you're a regular viewer on the show, you know I give you what's I call my Polaroid snapshot for the week of what's actually happening in the universe right at the second before we go to air. And I leave it till that last split second so that I get the most up-to-date planetary configurations of where they're sitting and how it's best can help you for the next 7 days. So, yes, we're going to be talking about particular signs, but I will be saying to you that's where the concentration is, and then it washes over the remaining 8 signs. So don't think that you're being neglected or left out, because you're certainly not. So we're going to say happy birthday to all the Taurians again. It's their time of the year to shine and sparkle. And I know there's plenty of Taurians out there. I have a few in my family that are celebrating birthdays over the next couple of weeks. So it's a very positive time. So this obviously affects Tauruses, which also affects Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So the sun is sitting in Taurus at the moment. So it's sort of, you know, radiating beautiful sunshine on all our darling little Taurians. But for those in the opposite sign of Scorpio, it's a push-pull situation. Everything's opposing everything at the moment. So be very, very careful that you don't become too dogged or determined that you can have your own way all the time, because Scorpio is a fixed sign like Taurus is, and sometimes we can get bogged down in believing we're right when we're not right, and we are too stubborn to see that there may be another possibility. So if you're a Scorpio, just be a little bit aware, particularly over the next few days, that you don't become too dogmatic in the way that you think about things. We also have the planet Venus. Now, Venus is the planet of love and affection. Now, Venus actually rules Taurus. So Venus is its ruling planet, so it feels very comfortable at home here. Venus is the things that we love to do. It's not always where we look for love relationships. It's the things that we love to do. So if you're fortunate enough to have Venus in Taurus, it usually means that you're very attractive, you've got a lovely speaking voice, possibly even potentially a lovely singing voice, and you enjoy the finer things in life. Now, it doesn't mean the other 11 signs don't appreciate art or music or creative side of life. It's just saying if you're fortunate enough to have Venus in Taurus, then you're a very, very fortunate person, because you're probably incredibly stunning. And, you know, people quite often compliment you on your looks or the way that you've got a beautiful speaking voice. And a lot of people go on to sort of do voiceover work or, you know, have a beautiful singing career that have Venus in Taurus. So it's a nice spot. If you're looking for love, well, then what you need to be doing is looking for love in the right sort of places. Venus is connected to Taurus. So Taurus is connected to things, anything that we see on a very cultural or a very creative front, but it also governs things like the food that we like to eat. Tauruses don't like to sit down to a salad for an evening meal. They like something substantial, something hearty. Put some meat on the plate, put something solid on the plate that, you know, I've done a hard day's work. I deserve a good solid meal at the end of the day. So, you know, if you're looking to find love, then maybe start eating out a little bit more. Go to somewhere where there's food and entertainment on, you know, a fair or an event on the weekends or things like that. Step out of your comfort zone a little bit. Also visit things like museums and places of interest that have cultural influences and, you know, that people sort of go and enjoy. Art galleries is another suggestion. So anywhere that, you know, you find food and creativity is where you need to look for your new relationship. We're also still sticking with Taurus. We have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected, is also sitting in Taurus, and he's conjunct or holding hands Jupiter. Now, Jupiter is the planet of expansion, luck and opportunity. Now, anytime we have Jupiter in a situation, we have to be careful that we don't over-exaggerate. Jupiter does like to expand everything, including waistlines. So, you know, Jupiter can sometimes give us an underdeveloped sense of security. It's not that. It's an overdeveloped sense of security where we think we're bigger than Ben-Hur, that we can achieve anything, that we don't stop and look at the practical side of things. Now, anytime Taurus is involved in something, or the energies, the planets are sitting in Taurus, it is asking us to be cautious, because the Taurian energy is about what's mine's mine and what's yours is mine. It can be quite selfish, but it's also very practical when it comes to matters of finances and anything connected with food or the arts. So it's asking us to be practical and logical, not necessarily be too stubborn and pig-headed here, because you've got Uranus there first. Uranus is like the bolt of lightning. It comes out of nowhere. It can sort of strike the ground when we least expect it, and it can create either good things or bad things. It very rarely sits in the middle. It's either one or the other. And it's very sudden, it's very deliberate, it's very definite. Now, when you've got that sitting in Taurus, it's asking you not to be so stubborn, so fixed on an idea. You know, maybe look at another possibility. If you don't, Uranus can come along here and strike the ground and say, well, this is what you deserve. And particularly if you're being a little bit greedy or not willing to share, which is very difficult when something is in Taurus, that, you know, it could very well be something could go the other way. I mean, on the flip side, yes, it can create opportunities out of nowhere. It can create wonderful new beginnings, wonderful new luck, opportunities and expansion and things that you really, truly deserve. And I suppose it comes back to, do you deserve it? And I think that's the key here. It's not a matter of, I can look at a chart as being an astrologer and say to you, oh, well, Uranus and conjunct Jupiter is going to work specifically this way in your chart. How do I know what is on your soul's journey and what you actually deserve? Yes, I can interpret the information. I can give you my best interpretation of what I see, but I can't guarantee how Uranus conjunct Jupiter is going to work in any personal chart for any person on the planet, including myself. So it's about what we deserve. So be very, very careful if you're starting something new in this next week, or you've got something really major on, and you're one of those signs that I talked about, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, or the opposite sign of Scorpio. For the rest of us, it sort of gets a lot more watered down. But if you're one of those 4 signs, please be very careful. Please make sure that you're doing everything in a good, kind heart way, that you're not trying to be stubborn, pig-headed, steal something or take something from someone else, or take something that doesn't belong to you. Because let me assure you, if you are, then Uranus will come along and slap you over the head in a very major way. So, and on the flip side, as I said, it can bring the greatest rewards. If you're a very humble, caring, giving sort of person and just ambling along in life, trying to do your very best and doing it with a kind heart and doing it for all the right reasons, then you may just have something land in your lap that's just almost, I don't believe that this is happening. What did I do to deserve this? I'm very grateful. I'm very thankful. So just be aware of which camp you're going to be sitting in. Now, we're moving on to Neptune. Neptune is sitting in Pisces at the moment. Now, Neptune also rules Pisces. It's coming to the last couple of degrees of being in Pisces. So Neptune's really going to ramp things up now. Now, a lot of times people describe Neptune as being sort of an illusion or delusion planet, sometimes a little bit deceptive, sometimes not sort of showing us the way forward. But Neptune's role here is to clear the fog, is to be able to enable us to see clearly now. It's like all the deception, all the wool being pulled over your eyes is now clearing. It's clearing up, that we can start to see everybody and all the players in a particular situation for who they are. So we're talking about Pisces, we're talking about Cancer, we're talking about Scorpio, and we're also talking about the opposite sign of Virgo. So these are the 4 major players there. For the rest of us, it's just going to wash over us. It's going to be a very gentle ebb and tide of the flow of the water. Now, Neptune here is conjunct or holding hands Mars, the planet of action, but Mars is sitting in the next sign of Aries. So this makes it a tricky sort of holding hands situation, because you've got one hand in water and we've got one hand in fire. So Mars is here saying, okay, I'm geared up, I'm ready, let's go to battle. Mars is the planet of action. It's the one that makes us get out of bed of a morning, that says, okay, this is what we're going to do today, we're going to move forward. And we need to be very aware of that. So we need to be very careful. If you've been doing anything deceptive, then Mars is going to blow it right out of the water now. You're going to be blown out of the water to be shown for the naughty, nasty person that you've been. If you've been a good person and been doing everything honestly, then this is going to catapult things forward in a way that you couldn't believe. Now, before we wrap it up, I really want to talk about this final part, which is the moon, the emotional planet, which moves every 36 hours, it moves into another sign. Now, it's conjunct or holding hands Pluto at the moment in Aquarius. Now, there hasn't been enough research, in my opinion, yet done on how Pluto is going to work in Aquarius. It's still very new. It's going to be there for a very, very long time. So we've got a long time to sort of sit back and watch and observe. But when you've got the moon here, the moon is the emotional planet. Now, when anything's sitting in Aquarius, it's asking you to take the emotion out of the situation. Aquarians are quite often seen as cold and calculating. They're not necessarily cold and calculating. They just don't wear their emotions on their sleeve. They wear them in their tummy, and they try and put on this brave front that, nothing's going to, I'm as cool as a cucumber, nothing's going to bother me. Well, nothing could be further from the truth. Now, with the moon sitting here conjunct or holding hands Pluto in Aquarius, it's asking us to really dig deep, and particularly for the air signs, which is Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra, and the opposite sign of Leo. It's asking you to sort of not necessarily wear your heart on your sleeve, but make sure that you're doing what you're doing for the right reasons. It's got to sit comfortably in your tummy, not necessarily because someone else has told you this is the way that it's going to be. Now, the Aquarian energy can be sort of a little bit know-it-all sometimes. So Pluto here is trying to show his little bit of strength and saying, look, I know the situation. I know the players in the situation. I know where things are coming from. And I also know that sometimes people are a little bit cold and abrasive, and that's not necessarily the way to come across, particularly in an important situation. So it's asking you for a little bit of softness. Now, this may be a little bit difficult because you're trying to come across as being strong and knowing the situation inside out and back to front and be very convincing. And it's almost like Pluto says, hang on a minute, you're not truthful here. I can see that you're not really being your authentic self. So if you've got anything to do with, the moon and Pluto over the next few days, be very careful. Make sure that you are really putting your authentic self on, because Pluto will show and people will pick it up that you are not being your authentic self, that you're just being, you're reading a script instead of being truly who you are. So, finally, I'm going to wrap up with the North Node, which is not a planet. It's the moon's way of showing us the way to move forward. Luckily for all of us, Mercury has now gone direct. So Mercury's in Aries, Mercury's in full flight, Mercury's sort of getting his point across in a very definite, positive sort of way. So with the North Node showing a conjunction or holding hands here, the North Node is showing us the way forward through communication, through the Aries energy of me first, being very upfront, straight out, spitting it out, warts and all. This is it. This is how it is. And that's what we're looking for this week. So if you're a fire sign, that's really positive. So we're looking at Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra, and it just washes over the remaining signs. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Rachel in St. Joseph in Missouri. Hello. Hi, Rachel, is it? Or Michelle?
Yeah.
Oh, Michelle, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, I didn't read the script. Michelle, how can I help you?
It's okay. Yeah, just anything that might come through for me, hon.
What was your question again, sweetie?
Oh, just anything general or anything that might come through for me.
Okay. Yeah, sure. First thing that they were showing me was that you're coming up for a series of endings, changes and transformations, Rochelle. So I'm taking from that in the last 6 to 8 months that you've been really working on yourself and really working on trying to get your life in a direction that you feel is right for you. Is that what you've been doing?
Correct.
Yeah. They're showing me this next little bit is going to feel like the hardest bit. And it's like, some days you're going to get out of bed and sort of feel as if you've already run the marathon during the night. And I'm going to say to you, you probably have. I think that they're sort of taking you on board from the other side and sort of taking you over there and showing you a little bit of a sneaky preview of what's to come. And you come back and you wake up in the morning and you think, gee, I feel tired. I feel like I've been awake all night. And it's sort of, in a sense, you have been awake while you've been asleep. So don't be disturbed by that or alarmed by that. What that is when you have those couple of flashes like that where you really feel tired, then know that things are moving quite quickly then. Like, keep your eyes and your ears open, that there's something wonderful just around the corner. It's like they're gearing you up, they're getting ready. Have you just moved house?
No. I'm wanting to, we're planning on trying to move when they get this house finished. They're still working on it. They got to get it put back together, and then we're going to plan on moving.
Oh, good, because they were showing me a move and they were showing me that was like the next major step forward. It was like the giant leap forward, and that's why I thought, well, I might ask whether you've just moved or not, because it's what they were showing me behind the move is like I can open the floodgates up to a lot of happiness. Like things are starting to come in really, really well after that. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you can't move till, say, October, that's fine. There's no race to get there. Just know that you're in the right direction of where you need to be going. Your energy levels are starting to pick up and things in your life are starting to become, I'm hesitant to say easier, I'm going to say clearer. It's like exactly what's ahead of you now. You know what effort you've got to put in to achieve X, Y, Z. So that's not necessarily easier, but it's clearer. And it's easier in a sense that you know the steps that you need to take to achieve that. And I think that's the good thing. It's really interesting because this last 3 years, Rochelle, I'm going to say have been sort of up and down like a yo-yo for you. Every time you thought you got on the track, something came along and bowled you over and you thought, well, hang on a minute, I thought I was on the right path and now I see I've got to go a different direction or make some modifications. None of that was wrong. All of that was moving things along at a faster pace to get you to where you need to go. So the remainder of this year is just sort of tidying things up, getting things ready, and 2025 is going to be the year where you and your family will really shine. So I hope that's helped you because you've really been up against it, but things are starting to slowly move forward now, Rochelle, and it's positive. It's really exciting. So believe in yourself. Follow your gut feelings because they're not wrong, and don't rule anything in or out. Anything's possible at the moment. You've got lots of opportunities of things, really good things coming your way in the next 12 to 18 months. So that's where we're going to leave Rochelle. Now, this is going to be tricky. I'm going to probably get this name wrong and I'll apologise. Simbra, in Evans in Georgia. So I apologise, I'm sure I've got it wrong. How can I help you today, sweetie?
Oh, it's Cimbria, and that's okay. One of a kind. Thank you.
No, it is a really good name.
I just basically figured a general reading.
Okay. General readings are something that, in the short time that we've got, that's why I usually ask, do you have a question, so that I make sure I answer if there's something particularly pressing that you want to know. Cimbria, it's really interesting. Do you have a question?
Oh, go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you've got a question, I'm happy to answer that rather than just go into a general spin.
Lord have mercy, I was not prepared for that. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm sitting here stunned.
Usually there's a reason why we ring into the show. Usually we want to know something. That's why I usually ask what your question is. But if you don't have a question, that's fine. I can just go into your soul and share with you what they give me. That's fine.
That'd be great. I'm not prepared for a question. I can't think of one.
That's fine. I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that. First thing that they're showing me is that you're too tough on yourself. It's time, I think, we've got to loosen up. You've got to stop being the taskmaster on yourself. Why have you been so tough on yourself, particularly in this last 18 months? Is it because you felt that you needed to be to achieve where you want to go? But they're sort of showing me we've got to ease up a little bit. Like you can turn around and give yourself a pat and a packet of gold stars and say, I've done job well done. You don't always have to be so harsh on yourself. They're also showing me that you're limited. No, I know. Yeah, but if you keep being so tough on yourself, I don't think you're going to achieve what you want to achieve. It's like we're going to be limiting ourselves, and I don't want to see that. Okay. The other thing that they were showing me was that you're not opening yourself up enough to love. Now, that doesn't mean you're not in a relationship. It sort of means as if you're walking around as if you've got a straitjacket on all the time. You don't want to be hurt. You don't want this. You don't want that. But you're blocking things that can come towards you. Again, I think it's that limitation, whether it's been conscious or unconscious, that you've put on yourself, that's sort of blocking things from coming towards you. And it's easy for me to sit here and say, because I'm not you. I'm not the one that's doing it to myself. I have done in the past. But, it's something that I think that when we've had a few knocks in life, we sort of get up and dust ourselves off and say, well, it's not going to happen again. I'm not going to let this happen again and that. And, I'm not going to get hurt again in love and all those sort of things. And we put these protective barriers up, but we forget to loosen them off after a while, and they just intensify and become more stiff or more rigid. I want you to sort of consciously try and remove some of those barriers, because you are a beautiful person and there's a lot of wonderful things that can come towards you, but they're like really, really slow, because it's almost like you're unconsciously blocking them, and I want to break those shackles away. Did you lose somebody that was really close to you in this last 18 months to 2 years that really sort of made you stop in your tracks and think, gee, life is too short? Because they're showing me blocked grief.
Not like, I don't think losing people to death, because death to me is just the next beginning. And
yes,
I don't
but there's something there. So. There's something there that's blocked. It's like you haven't allowed yourself to do the human stuff, do the tears, do the whatevers with the grief. That's the way they were showing it to me. It's like, oh, well, yeah, I mean, look, I understand your belief systems in death. I have the same one, but we still have to be human. We still have to release the tears or the sadness or something, and they were showing me about 18 months to 2 years ago. There was somebody there that you lost, that you might have known that they were coming to the end of their time on earth and you were sort of prepared for it, but you didn't allow yourself to go through that human side of releasing the tears. And they're saying to me they've got to be released in some form or another. That's part of what's blocking you or preventing you from moving forward. And it's not a conscious thing that you've done. It was just sort of like, oh, well, I knew that their time was coming to an end, and, you celebrated their life in your way and sort of celebrated the fact that they're no longer in pain. And that's good, or suffering.
When was
we
that
need
timeline?
To release on the physical. Pardon?
When did you say the timeline was?
18 months to 2 years. About 18 months to 2 years ago was what they were showing me.
Okay, I haven't lost anybody since like 2002.
Right. Okay. Look, I have to tell you what I've been given. Sometimes things don't make any sense to us at the time, and something will come to you later, and you go, "Aha, that's what she was talking about." That's what they were showing me. I'm not going to take it back to 2002. This was more recent than that. But anyway, you've got a lot of good things coming up in your life now, and it's time to sort of just break those shackles and sort of embrace life and say, I deserve a lot more of the nicer things to come towards me now that, I'm opening myself up to what the universe wants to bring. So that's where we're going to leave that caller. It's really interesting sometimes, when I put somebody on the spot, we can't always think at that split second of what it is that the person is sharing with them, the psychic or the medium is sharing with them. And then later we have that aha moment and we think, oh, yes, now I know what they were talking about. Spirit doesn't always come through with, definite directions or let's go down to the car lot and buy a green car. They give us things in like a jigsaw puzzle that we need to piece together. And sometimes it can be difficult when you weren't expecting a message in that way to put it into what you were expecting. And that's why I always ask on the show, do you have a question? So if you're going to phone in next week, make sure you have your question because then I can get to something that you really want an answer to and not leave you in a situation where you've got to go back and rack your brains and try and work it out. So this week I want to leave you with a beautiful song back from 1993. I know I'm showing my age when I bring up older songs all the time, but sometimes some songs resonate with you that they leave a special place in your heart, that they sort of mean something. And when you hear that again and you think, aha, now I know why I liked that song all that time ago, because it has a special place in your heart. And this way I want to leave you with a very, very beautiful love song by a very nice American singer. And his name is Joshua Caddison, and it's beautiful in my eyes. It's one of the most beautiful love songs I think that was ever written. And when you look at the film clip, you see the passion and the joy and it radiating from his soul, that how he truly believed every word he sang in this song. And it's a very, very beautiful song. He's one of my favourite singers, actually. I like a lot of diverse sort of music, but, sometimes I just want to sort of slow things down and put on something that really has meaning like this song, Beautiful in My Eyes. So until next week, you're all beautiful in our eyes. We'll leave you with Joshua Caddison. Bye for now.
That dark blank sky as a blackboard that you can write your dreams on and wishes with a really big piece of chalk. Okay, sometimes it's time to stop the metaphor before it gets carried away. But as I'm sure you know, the new moon time, so the 10th and the 11th, it's a time to sit down, meditate, and think about what you want to let go and think about what you'd like to call into your life. It can be big or small. But be surprised how well it works. So we're going to do the psychic tarot weather, which is just like regular weather. And here's how this works. This is for the week starting today.